This webinar is being transcribed and summarized.
Luis, bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Señora Mildred Martínez, directora de la Oficina Nacional de Estadística de República Dominicana y presidenta de la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas de la CEPAL. Autoridades de las Oficinas Nacionales de Estadística, bancos centrales y organismos nacionales productores de estadísticas oficiales, colegas del Sistema de Naciones Unidas y de organismos internacionales y regionales, distinguidas autoridades, colegas, amigos y amigas. Es un enorme gusto darles la bienvenida a la 13ª reunión de la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas de la CEPAL. Agradezco profundamente la presencia de las delegaciones de los países, de las y los jefes de los institutos nacionales de estadística, de los bancos centrales, de los organismos internacionales y de todas y todos quienes integran esta valiosa comunidad estadística de la región. La CEA es un espacio emblemático de cooperación, aprendizaje mutuo y construcción colectiva, y su 13ª edición nos convoca en un momento especialmente decisivo para el desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe. Permítanme comenzar recordando un mensaje central que venimos proponiendo desde la CEPAL. América Latina y el Caribe enfrenta 3 grandes trampas del desarrollo que limitan su capacidad para avanzar hacia un modelo más productivo, inclusivo y sostenible. Estas son una trampa de baja capacidad para crecer y transformar, una trampa de alta desigualdad, baja movilidad social y baja cohesión social. Y estos términos no están allí puestos por casualidad.
Terms are not there by chance. They are related, but each one has its own special meaning. When we speak about mobility and inequality, the conceptual differences between both are very interesting, and hopefully we'll have the occasion to go into them. And thirdly, a trap of weak institutional capacities and ineffective governance. These traps can be overcome, but doing so requires profound transformation that will re-guide our development model. We have proposed 11 major transformations for the region, ranging from boosting economic growth leveraged by productive development, increasing productivity and generating employment, to reducing inequality, advancing to gender equality, digital transformation, and a major environmental push to promote sustainability and address climate change. This morning, I would like to focus on a transformation that cuts across all of them and conditions our success in any of the others. Strengthening institutional capacities to manage transformations, to lead and sustain processes of change. Because development is that. It's all about changing, transforming, converting one reality into another. To do this, it's not enough to know what to do. It is essential to know how to do it. Today's challenges, marked by complex and fragmented environments with rapid technological change, demand immense capacity for coordination, management, and dialogue. They demand that we understand that in development, even the best strategies require a landing gear. At ECLAC, we have been promoting a conceptual framework for analyzing the capacities that our states need to manage transformations and guide public action towards results. We have called these capacities TOPP, Technical, Operational, Political, and Perspective. Technical capacities provide the analytical foundations. They enable us to understand problems in all of their complexity, formulate evidence-based policies, and ensure consistency between objectives, instruments, and regulatory frameworks. Operational capacities enable decisions to be translated into results, strengthening implementation, budget management, interinstitutional coordination, and the capacity to adapt in diverse territories. Political capacities facilitate the building of agreements, the management of interests, social legitimacy, and the stability necessary to sustain transformations over time. And let us say, clearly, to different governments. Forward-looking capacities help anticipate trends, assess risks, take advantage of emerging opportunities, and link the long term with present decisions. These capacities are enhanced when they are linked to effective governance arrangements, social dialogue mechanisms that broaden the legitimacy of policies, and an understanding of political economy that allows for sequencing, negotiating, and enabling transformations. The production of official statistics is perhaps the clearest example of this need for integrated capacities. Without quality data, there can be no sound diagnosis, no evaluation, no accountability. Adequate governance of national statistical systems requires 1. Technical capacities to design and execute high-quality censuses and surveys, integrate and clean administrative records, harmonize methodologies in accordance with international standards, and leverage new data sources, including geospatial information and non-traditional data. These capacities must be extended to the development and updating of national accounts and environmental account systems, which require high levels of technical rigor, operational capacities in the case of statistics, to manage complex statistical processes efficiently, guarantee continuity and timeliness in data production, administer robust and secure technological infrastructures, and ensure interoperability between institutions. Political capacities to ensure the professional independence of statistical institutes and guarantee their credibility and reliability in the eyes of the public. Consolidate modern legal frameworks, ensure sustainable financing, and strengthen interinstitutional coordination of statistical systems. Forward-looking capacities to anticipate and respond to new demands for information arising from the digital economy, the energy transition, care systems, climate change, and other strategic areas, as well as to anticipate the future needs of statistical institutions, from data processing and storage capacity to human capital formation. ECLAC is firmly committed to developing these capacities, interrelated 4 types of capacities in the countries of the region. It does so through direct technical assistance, specialized training, seminars, workshops, and opportunities for sharing experiences. We cover areas as diverse as economic statistics and national accounts, social statistics and household surveys, environmental, climate change, and disaster statistics, innovation in geospatial information, statistical dissemination, and institutional strengthening of national statistical systems. We are ready to continue and deepen the support we provide in this area. Dear friends, today's agenda will address an issue of great relevance to the UN system, to ECLAC, and to our region, which is the Beyond GDP agenda. As we know, the per capita GDP does not capture the true structural limitations of Latin American and Caribbean development. ECLAC is well positioned to support this agenda as a regional data integrator, a driver of capacity building, and a space for intergovernmental coordination. But going beyond GDP is not only a technical challenge, it is a profoundly political one. The way we measure development determines access to cooperation and financing, especially for small island states in the Caribbean, and ultimately expresses what kind of societies we want to build. In an international context marked by growing budgetary and operational constraints within the United Nations system, strengthening these technical intergovernmental spaces becomes more important than ever. The ECA is an example of how, even in times of constraints, cooperation, coordination between countries, and collective capacity building can sustain significant progress. Finally, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the National Statistical Office of the Dominican Republic, and in particular to its director, Mildred Martinez, for her exemplary leadership of the ECA during these 2 years of chair, which has allowed us to consolidate a strategic and collaborative vision to advance a more coherent and ambitious regional statistical agenda. And of course, thanks to Rolando Campos and all the statistical division of ECLAC, the work they do every single day, and for the work organizing this conference. I wish you every success in this meeting and in the deliberations we will have these new coming days. Thank you very much. Thank you, Executive Secretary. Now, Mildred Martinez, Director General of the Statistical Office ONE of Dominican Republic, as Chair of the conference. Good morning.
José Manuel Salazar Chirac, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Rolando Campos, Director of the ECLAC Statistics Division, and each and every representative of the National Statistics Offices. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee, the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of America, my dear colleagues of the Statistical Committee, Community of Latin America and the Caribbean, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to address you on this 13th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and I thank the confidence placed in the Dominican Republic and the National Statistics Office in order to accompany this process in its role as chair of the Executive Committee of the conference during the 2023-2025 biennium. We are ending the period aware of the progress achieved and of the challenges still pending, and with the firm commitment to continue contributing to the strengthening of statistical systems and quality data generation, timely and relevant, serving as a basis for public policy able to transform the life of people and the entire region. On this occasion, one of the main pillars of the conference will be the review and adoption of the new 2026-2035 strategic plan, a tool that will direct the statistical cooperation in the region in the coming decade. This plan picks up on the lessons learned by previous cycles and projects a renewed vision to strengthen the production and use of statistics. Official statistics, that's a regional public good, and the common framework proposes lines of action and mechanisms for cooperation together with indicators that will allow following up on the progress periodically, recognizing the diversity of capacities of our countries. And furthermore, it is aligned to the international guiding principles in statistical matters, strengthening the commitment by the region to global standards and good practices. Likewise, we will present the results of the biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities 2024-25, period when we have initiatives to strengthen capacities, promoting interoperability, and extending spaces for technical cooperation among countries. Likewise, we will submit to your consideration a new biennial program 2026-2027 for continuity to these efforts and will allow moving ahead with greater cohesion in regional targets. Over these 2 years, we furthered an innovation-based agenda based on cooperation and the construction of consensus in the regional sphere as well as the multilateral one. One of the main milestones was opening regional dialogue on the responsible use of AI for statistical production by means of a technical presentation in the 24th meeting of the Executive Committee. This initiative allowed creating awareness among countries regarding the technological opportunities and associated challenges to its adoption to improve the quality and timeliness of our official statistics. Second, in the multilateral sphere, we highlight the role played by this conference in the Statistical Commission of the UN in terms of negotiating resolution, an inclusive and representative commission to leave no one behind, as well as the creation of the independent consultative meeting regarding the main principles of official statistics, our contribution to inclusion, as well as the fundamental principles in a global context of technological progress and the appearance of new data sources, allowed accompanying and facilitating the path towards the adoption of these two very important initiatives in this commission. And as we have already said, it is very relevant to share that one of the most transcendental progress achieved in the period was the formulation of the 2026-2035 strategic plan, built by means of a participatory process among member countries and the technical secretariat. This tool will allow guiding efforts made by the region in coming years, aligning our actions to the sustainable development goals and promoting institutional sustainability of the SCA. In terms of technical cooperation, the chair took part in the process to select proposals for the new working groups. And we are proud to say that the Dominican Republic has presented proposals, of which two were selected, two regional ones, environmental accounts and another, and that we will direct hand in hand with Colombia colleagues. These achievements are the results of shared efforts of all members of the conference, but the constant accompanying by ECLAC and so many international agencies and others. And to all of you, our deepest thanks. The progress achieved in the biennium reaffirmed that the SCA has the capacity to build consensus, to mobilize cooperation, and generate regional solutions. But also it reminds us that there is still an important gap between the ambition of our agendas and the real capabilities of many of our national statistical systems. It is precisely this gap where we must focus our efforts in coming years. We're aware that our region continues to face structural challenges that restrict the full development of these statistical systems. In many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, regulatory frameworks guiding the national statistical offices are obsolete or insufficient to recognize their guiding role, clearly determining access rights and data use and strengthening mechanisms for governance and coordination to have a fluid exchange of information within the national statistical systems. Another set of challenges has directly to do with strengthening capabilities and the systematic use of administrative records, and the adoption of emerging technologies, new methodologies, and improving dissemination and accessibility of official statistics. The region needs to move ahead more quickly in integrating administrative records and exploring new data sources and offering more open, timely, and comprehensive goods for decision makers and citizens. To that, you must add the challenge of financing. Resources for statistical production continue to be limited, fragmented, and unstable, which hinders planning and implementing medium and long-term agendas. It is absolutely necessary to move ahead towards financing systems that are more foreseeable and sustainable, recognizing data and official statistics as a public good that's essential for the development of our countries. As a show of this convergence of agendas, the Seville Commitment on Financing for Development through the Seville Commitment explicitly recognizes that having statistical data that is timely, reliable, and broken down is an indispensable condition to guide policies, monitor commitments and financing, and measuring in a more integral manner the progress of sustainable development, quite beyond the traditional indicators such as GDP. And this call is not abstract, but it places national statistical offices in the space of the SCA at the heart of the conversation on how to finance and how to govern development. Our responsibility is to transform this recognition into regulatory frameworks, capacities, and concrete partnerships among countries. Allow me to highlight the work carried out by the chair of the Dominican Republic in two important areas proposed to strengthen. The first, the community of women leaders of the National Statistical Offices, where, together with the National Statistics Office of Belize and the National Statistical and Geography Institute of Mexico, with the support of the National Statistical Office in Chile, is a coordinating role of the Knowledge Network, SCA, ECLAC, the Gender Excellence Center, and UN Women. We will be presenting the program to strengthen women's leadership at high level. This program has been designed based on the study of needs carried out in 2024. And as a result of the process, they identified six key components of leadership to be strengthened and re-enhanced in high and middle echelons of the national statistical offices. And second, the podcast, Deciphering a Space, that together with down in Colombia, the Division of Gender Affairs of ECLAC, as well as UN Women, we made available to contribute to the strengthening of statistical culture in countries of the region. It is an innovative platform with podcasts and with a wealth of information to help decipher what lies behind each data or statistics, and so contribute to a greater uh, practice of citizenship, and so therefore more strengthened democracies, and that more to do with the human rights approach for equality. In concluding this conference, we will formally end our mandate, and I wish to reiterate that for the Dominican Republic and through the National Statistics Office, it has been a very deep honor to chair the Executive Committee. Our work has been guided by a spirit of service, cooperation, and collective work. And we are leaving with the satisfaction of having contributed to the strengthening of SCA and the statistical development of the region. Before ending, I would like to say that for the Dominican Republic, this is a very important day since we commemorate the International Day of the Removal or the Elimination of Violence Against Women. A very Dominican date, because this is an initiative that is sustained on a symbol that for us is very relevant, and that is the murder of the Mirabal sisters, Dominican activists, a world symbol of resistance and feminist struggle that continues to call on us to work from all corners of the earth to do away with this scourge that continues to threaten enjoyment of rights of women, adolescents, and children. Lastly, we wish the Executive Committee the greatest success and fully trust leadership and reaffirm our commitment to continue accompanying all efforts to consolidate statistical systems that are more sound, solid, inclusive, innovative, and aligned to the needs of our people, because we will only move ahead if we work jointly. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And now, one of the most complex challenges of any conference, the group picture of the heads of delegation, and for which we will ask you to move towards the back to the colleagues over there that for those who are not heads of delegation, the coffee is available outside. And so with the precision of the statistics, the directors, the heads of the delegations, please accompany us to the back of the room. And so we have 20 minutes to take the picture, drink coffee, and come back here. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you very much for coming back on time. I will give the floor to the chair to direct the work of the conference with the approval of the provisional agenda. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask you to approve the provisional agenda of this meeting, which was distributed electronically, and you also have it in front of you. So if you have comments or that questions the agenda, this would be the moment to make those comments. If there are no comments regarding the provisional agenda, we approve it. Now we will begin the presentations of today and the debates on substantive topics. In this first segment, we will be speaking about the challenges of data governance and management in changing national ecosystems. For this purpose, we have the participation of different speakers. 15 minutes are allowed, and if time permits, we will have time to give the floor to the delegations. First, I would like to give the floor to Kepeng Yao, Secretariat of the Working Group on Data Governance of the Statistical Commission. Please go ahead.
Vamos a pasar con nuestra.
We go on to our next speaker. Mrs. Yao is not connected yet, so we will give the floor to Antonio Argueso, Director General of Statistical Planning and Processes at the National Statistics Institute INE of Spain. Please, you have the floor. Can you hear me well? Yes.
Ha aparecido el panelista, quizá.
We have the panelist now. Maybe should we wait a little bit? We go back to our first panelist who is already connected. Secretariat of the Working Group on Data Governance and Management in Changing National Ecosystems. You have the floor.
Should I continue?
Sí, por favor, continúe.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, colleagues. So sorry, it's some technical issue to get into the WebEx. Yeah. So my presentation will have 4 parts. The first part would be what is data governance. So actually, one of the driving force for the increasing significance of data governance is due to the rapidly evolving data landscape. And the national state offices are facing new challenges and opportunities of a more complex national data system with new data stakeholders, novel data sources, and new technologies. Next, please. To address this on the data governance issue, actually the newly included Chapter 5 on national data systems and data governance of the handbook on management and organization of national systems give the working definition of a data system as well as data governance. The working definition means that it's maybe different from the official definition. It's kind of not static, but also it's a dynamic, evolving concept. It's kind of explanation or description that represents a shared understanding of a group of people of a key term or concepts. Yeah. So for the data system, it's about entire network of actors that directly or indirectly generate or produce, collect, process, disseminate, analyze, or otherwise consume data and associated services, as well as the necessary legal, policy, administrative, technological and technical infrastructure that combine to support interactions and partnership, facilitate the use of data and hereby generate value of data for society as a whole. Next, please. Also, for data governance, there's no kind of standardized definition. And also, different domains, different professions may have a different definition of the data governance. For example, data governance in public administration is also become it's also different from the perspective of official statistics, and they also become a critical enabler for digital governance transformation. So, based on the work of SGAP, ECE, and other organizations, the working definition of data governance is a system of decision rights and accountabilities for the management of availability, usability, integrity, and the security of the data and information to enable coherent implementation, increase the capacity and frameworks that provide enforcement. Next, please. Yeah, continue the clicking. Yeah. Thank you. Next, please. Please be informed that it's even broader than the data stewardship. Management tool. It's about critical, ethical, and responsible creation, collection, management, use, and reuse of data. And also, you can see from this chart, you can see that the data ecosystem it's become more complex. It's official statistics is part of it, and we also have like the data from the private sector and also non-government sector. Next, please. And also, please continue to click. Yeah. So this kind of challenges or key issues of this kind of a new larger data system include such issues. Typically, it's going to access and use of administrative data and other data sources, such as the mobile phone data, data from media, e-commerce, and internet services. And also those kind of data based on old observation and remote sensing, the data of private companies, and also those data generated by citizens. To address those kind of complete issue, in 2025, in its 56th session, the Statistical Commission created, set up a working group on data governance, which focused on data governance from perspective of national statistics offices and all producers of official statistics within the national statistics system, within the broad scope of the national and the global data systems. The goal of this working group is to gain a better understanding of how countries are approaching data governance in their national data and statistics systems, and to contribute to the development of a data governance framework for official statistics. This group also examines coordination within the national data and statistical systems and how the system contributes to the governance of data ecosystems from the perspective of official statistics. Next, please. According to the terms of reference, this group is tasked with the 4 tasks. First is about developing common set of terminology, building pillars and a framework and the roadmap. The second task is the facilitated exchange of national practices and experiences. The third task is proposing a way forward for the Commission to support the national statistics offices in developing coherent strategies to respond to rapid technological changes and the growing availability of data from multiple sources. The first task is to identify global and regional principles and data governance and the applicability to official data and statistics at the national level. So expect outputs and outcomes, including the listing of definitions, including the data ecosystem, component of data, and data governance. Actually, this kind of a working group is currently developing a glossary on data governance. And also, another expected outcome is propose a data governance framework focusing on data governance within official statistics, while also considering the Commission's broad mandate. And also, this kind of a working group is also promoting kind of a knowledge repository for knowledge sharing and exchange of good practices. Next, please. This working group of the Commission on data governance, including 20 members, including member states, international organizations, UN Regional Commission, and relevant stakeholders such as the representative from the geospatial community. So this composition of the working group reflecting the regional diversity and the linkages to other entities and processes. Next, please. Next. This working group has been working in a transparent and inclusive manner from the very beginning. It welcomed inputs from national offices and other relevant stakeholders in the development of a framework and the guidelines for national data governance. And also, this group invites relevant stakeholders as observers in meetings through open registration. And also, this working group also promotes the full information sharing with all relevant stakeholders. We create a dedicated web page on the UNSC website to provide updates on its activities. And also, as your previous slide showed, the Secretariat maintains a statistics wiki on data governance as a knowledge repository. And also, this working group have a good collaboration with other groups. It builds on the achievements of various groups and initiatives of the Commission, notably the working group on data stewardship, the collaborative on administrative data, the collaborative on citizen data, and the UN GGIM's work on integrating geospatial information and statistics. You also participate in the activities of the UN Commission on Science and Technology for Development working group on data governance at all levels as observers. The working group also contributes to the work of UNCED working group on international data governance. Next, please. Next, I would like to share with you some preliminary findings from a global consultation questionnaire. It's kind of a survey on data governance at the national statistical system. Next, please. This survey was circulated to all national offices and also targeting on the chief statisticians. It is distributed through the official mailing list of a UN Statistics Division. And we received 108 country replies, and we also received 14 replies from American region. And also, we also, this kind of a country replies, it's well represented by the replies from those countries in special situations like small island developed states, landlocked developed states, developed countries, and or least developed countries. This survey is consisting of 5 sections. I will quickly go through this set of findings on these 5 sections. First section is about the national systems. So from the survey, we found that the vast majority of countries they have national laws or equivalent legislation, and also in their legislation they have a good defining and coverage of the national system. And also in many countries, in their legislation, they give a good legal setting up for the ANSO to coordinate the national statistical system. And also, in many cases, the legal provisions of the statistical legislation, they have provision for novel data sources and technology. Next, please. And also, for the current practices in use of novel data sources and technology, we find that many countries, either regularly or sometimes they use the novel data sources and technologies Those areas of application including price statistics, agriculture and environment, population and demographic, tourism and mobility, and also business and economic statistics, and also healthcare statistics. Next, please. And also technologies adopted typically those web scraping, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, geospatial and remote sensing, big data integration, and some optical character recognition. Next, please. And also many national state office, they have like a diverse arrangement or diverse mechanisms on assessing or scaling up the use of novel data sources and technologies. For example, there's in some countries there's formal process for conducting pilot projects. In some countries they have a dedicated innovation lab, sandbox, or research and research and development team. They have some countries have a specific budget allocated for experimental work. And also in some countries, they have some established partnerships with academia or the private sector for innovation. And also in some countries, there are framework or guidelines for moving successfully pilots into regular production. And also many countries, they don't have any formal process at this time. And also in many countries, for the use of novel data sources, they have the quality assurance framework or quality management system in place. Next, please. Section 2 of this global survey is about the data ecosystem and data governance from perspective of legal and institutional framework. And also, it's kind of beyond the statistical legislation, we found that these three types of laws or regulations have the some overarching rule covering data within the national data ecosystem. Basically, they are data protection and privacy law, data sharing policies, and open data policies. And all countries also reflect that this kind of laws, beyond statistical regulation, they provide an enabling environment for integration of novel data sources by national state office for the production and the dissemination of official statistics. And also, in many countries, they have this kind of national data governance strategy already in place. Yeah, basically half of respondents, they have either fully or partially have such a national data governance strategy. And also in many cases, national state they have some very flexible arrangements. In a few countries, in this case, we received 19 confirmations from country replies that the national state office, they have oversight responsibility for national data governance. Other kind of arrangements or other kind of agencies, it's kind of the majority. And also this type, this kind of data governance strategy that cover different types of data infrastructure, including like survey data, public sector administrative data, privately held data, geospatial data, etc. And when the data governance is organized, if there's no kind of data governance strategy in place, how the data governance is organized in many countries? For this question, it's kind of many countries that have different arrangements. It's kind of a fragmented approach. This kind of ad hoc arrangements, they're including like sectoral laws, institutional mandates, or project-based initiatives. Previous one, please. Yeah, before. Yeah, previous one, yes. One more before. Yeah. So if there's no data governance strategy, there's some common weaknesses identified, like a lack of coordination, like inconsistent standards, limited funding, there's some legal gaps. And also countries also, they propose those kind of aspects that a national data governance strategy could strengthen, including like institutional coordination, data quality standards, interoperability, ethical and secure use of data, and capacity building, and innovation integration. Next, please. Section 3 is about their resources and the capacity. And more than half of countries, they reflect that they have good political support and resource committed to strengthen and implement data governance. And many countries, they reflect that their human resources, including data and the technical capability, skills, and staff continuity to sustain data governance functions should be further strengthened. And also, it's naturally, many countries reflect that the ICT infrastructure across the data ecosystem that support sound data governance should be further strengthened. And also, many countries reflect that the need to further training and capacity building opportunities. And also, naturally, most of countries, they request additional support to be delivered at the national level. Okay. Next, please. And also, Section 4 of this survey is on the international cooperation. And many countries reflect that the national data protection, privacy law, and the related legislation, which in many cases are beyond statistical legislation, is going to enable for international cooperation and data exchange. And also many countries, they frequently participate in data governance events. And also, of course, there are many countries also, they reflect that they only occasionally participate in such events, or some countries even say rarely. Yeah. Skip the next one.
Disculpe ya.
Next one. Yeah, I'm going to finish in 1 minute. Yeah.
Gracias.
Yeah. Yeah. Next, please. Next. Skip the next one. Skip to section 5. Yes. Also, section 5, we also collect many kind of good practices and lessons learned. Those good practices and learned and lessons learned is a very good, how to say, shared many insights for us. Those kind of good practices, including the institutional frameworks and the governance, like establishing a national data governance framework, or creation of statistical councils or advisory bodies for coordination, or use of a national strategy for development strategies, development statistics, like a quality assurance framework to put in place, and also to have open data transparency policies and integration of administrative and geospatial data, and ethical and legal compliance in the statistical ethical systems like in Colombia. Next, please. Next. Yeah, those kind of lessons learned, it's kind of corresponding for this kind of good practices. Yeah, so the lessons learned that we need to strengthen leadership and governance, where we need to have like establish a legal regulatory framework. We need to have the quality assurance framework in place, and also next, please. And also we need to invest in those kind of foundational infrastructure for interoperability and integration of data. And also capacity building, we need to have continuous training and knowledge sharing. And also we need a good international cooperation, accelerate adoption of these good practices. And also then it's about the technology and innovation and open data and the transparency. Next, please. So for this kind of the work at the working group at the global level, so one important work to enhance data governance and in national system is to propose a data governance framework, and based on the findings of the survey and the structure of the survey, we are asking proposing the discussion in this kind of aspects as a key building blocks of the data governance framework, which are those kind of national data strategies, institutional regulatory framework, quality assurance and responsible data use, interoperability across data systems, regional international cooperation, and the last about capacity building and resourcing for data governance. Yeah. So that is my presentation. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Retomamos con el señor Antonio Agüeso, director general de Planificación Estadística y Procesos del Instituto Nacional de Estadística del INE de España. Tiene la palabra.
Hola, buenos días de nuevo. Yo quisiera compartir la presentación y controlarla yo, ¿verdad? Si es posible. Entiendo que se está viendo ahora mismo, ¿verdad? La pongo en modo... Están viendo mi presentación, ¿verdad?
Sí, podemos verla.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Bueno, pues buenos días de nuevo. Bueno, buenas tardes desde España. Muchas gracias por la invitación y lamento no poder estar allí. Pero bueno, con estas cosas de la tecnología, pues al final uno, no sé si es bueno, si se ahorra viajes o se pierde viajes. Pero bueno, después de la presentación que ha hecho el panelista anterior, que me ha parecido muy interesante y que, digamos, que sitúa muy bien el asunto, yo quisiera hacer una revisión rápida de cómo es la estrategia del dato en España, ¿no? La estrategia del dato dentro del sistema estadístico nacional. Y no me voy a centrar, digamos, no voy a entrar en detalles técnicos, sino que me voy a centrar más bien en aspectos puramente estratégicos de cómo es la estrategia del dato en España. Bueno, en primer lugar, tengo muy brevemente que explicar qué es el Sistema Estadístico Nacional. El Sistema Estadístico Nacional en España está formado por las oficinas de estadística responsables de las estadísticas oficiales, que es el INE. El INE es el coordinador del sistema, pero además en España hay 22 ministerios que tienen, cada uno de ellos tiene distintos departamentos de estadística. Las estadísticas oficiales están inventariadas, hay un sistema que se conoce como el Plan Estadístico Nacional, que contempla 447 estadísticas a día de hoy, y el INE elabora 136 de ellas, es decir, el 30% aproximadamente. Hay otro centenar de departamentos dentro de estos 20 ministerios, que hay como un centenar de departamentos distintos produciendo estadísticas oficiales. Por tanto, la estadística oficial en España es un sistema muy descentralizado. Si hablamos del ámbito nacional, es decir, si hablamos dentro de las estadísticas a nivel de todo el país, y además también está muy descentralizado si contemplamos las regiones, porque hay una gran oferta de estadísticas realizada por las regiones, ¿no? por las comunidades autónomas. Por tanto, la labor de coordinar todo este sistema de estadística pues es compleja y la ley se la asigna al INE. Bueno, cuando hablamos de por qué es necesaria una estrategia del dato en el ámbito estadístico, bueno, es evidente que se están desarrollando iniciativas desde los gobiernos de todo el mundo para potenciar los ecosistemas del dato, creando unidades del dato. En España y al menos en todos los países de nuestro entorno está ocurriendo lo mismo. Digamos, aparecen nuevos agentes, ¿no? Nuevos agentes y aparece un nuevo mercado del dato. Digamos. Y la estadística pública en España está razonablemente posicionada, pero es necesario reforzar nuestro papel. Y entonces lo que hemos hecho desde el INE es idear y plantear una estrategia del dato que abarca no solamente al INE, sino a todo el sistema estadístico, a todo este ecosistema de oficinas de estadística, para desarrollar nuestro papel dentro del nuevo ecosistema del dato. Lo que hemos ideado es una propuesta, digamos, en torno a dos ejes. Un primer eje es la potenciación del espacio de datos del Sistema Estadístico Nacional, es decir, sobre el que luego voy a detallar un poco mejor. Y un segundo elemento es la participación del Sistema Estadístico Nacional en los espacios de datos sectoriales, en los muchos espacios de datos que se están creando. Es importante que la estadística tenga visibilidad en todos esos espacios de datos. Y también comentaré un poco sobre este otro asunto. Respecto al espacio de datos del Sistema Estadístico Nacional, bueno, una definición posible de un espacio de datos es esa que pongo ahí. Hay muchas definiciones que puede encontrar uno ahora mismo en la literatura. Un espacio de datos es un entorno compartido, seguro y gobernado, donde hay distintos actores que intercambian datos de una forma controlada y confiable con el objetivo de crear valor conjunto. Bueno, pues nosotros entendemos que esa definición encaja perfectamente en lo que ahora mismo hace la estadística pública. Es decir, la estadística pública en España ya regula un espacio de datos estadísticos. Ya hay entornos compartidos, seguros, gobernados, aparecen muchos actores, hay un intercambio de datos confiable. Es decir, existe ahora mismo ya un espacio de datos, pero creemos que se puede potenciar en tres ejes, en tres dimensiones, digamos. La dimensión de los datos abiertos, la dimensión de los datos sometidos a confidencialidad estadística para fines científicos y la dimensión de los intercambios dentro de los productores. Y voy a pasar muy brevemente sobre ellas, porque ya digo que me voy a centrar solo en aspectos estratégicos y no voy a entrar en los detalles de toda esta operativa. Por empezar por los datos abiertos. Como decía antes, en España, si nos centramos exclusivamente en las estadísticas oficiales, que hay 447, elaboradas por un centenar de departamentos, el 25% de esas operaciones, es decir, aproximadamente 100 estadísticas, se difunden a día de hoy en formatos no interoperables. Es decir, en papel ya no, obviamente, ¿no? Pero en, no sé, documentos PDF, en anuarios en forma de tablas dentro
tables within a PDF format book, but they're not interoperable. In many cases, I believe that what is published are Excel spreadsheets. But what we want is that of the 136 INE statistical operations, all of these, unfortunately, it seems that we have lost the connection with the speaker. Now he's back. Now,
me aparece un texto, perdón. Me siguen oyendo, ¿verdad?
Can you still hear me? Yes, but we can no longer see your presentation.
Creo que se ha dejado de compartir.
Somehow, it seems that I'm no longer sharing my presentation. Can you see it now? Yes, but not in presentation format.
Como decía, dentro del sistema estadístico.
Perdona, ¿la puedes pasar?
Would you move to presentation mode, please?
Es que yo lo estoy viendo.
It is presentation mode in my screen. You're not seeing it in presentation mode? No, not yet. Not as shared.
Ahora mismo en modo presentación, sí.
Now? No, not yet. I don't know what's happening here, he says. But you have seen it before in presentation mode. Yes, at the start we were seeing it correctly. Yes.
Vamos a ver. ¿Se está viendo ya en modo presentación?
Now, can you see it in presentation mode? Yes, now yes. I am sorry, I do not know what happened. I will now continue. The technique. I would like to say that we are showing it for you to tell us at what point we must change the slide. Since this is animated, the presentation, I would just say move forwards or not. So now we are now on sheet 4, or the one that has, at the bottom it says 4 of 8, 4 out of 8. Move back, please. Please move back. 4 of 8. Yes, there. No. 4. One more. There. Okay. I was talking of open data, and I was saying that 25% of the operations today are not disseminated in open formats. And so what we need is to train within the statistical system the various units in different departments so that they export this philosophy that we have now at the INE in terms of format as well as schedules or targets, catalogs. We need to permeate this throughout the Spanish 100 departments that are focusing on statistics. And this is something that is not from scratch, because there are many departments within the Spanish administration that already do this, but there is 25% of departments that are lagging behind and that we need to train. Now, the second thing, maybe the core one, is data subject to statistical non-disclosure. This has had to do with claims from users that have requested that this not be shared. And now we have agreements with different producers within the statistical sphere. So we have data that are subject to statistical non-disclosure. And researchers have data that is prepared for them. So these are secure centers. These are virtual secure sites. This is done by INE and other 5 statistical organizations from the country. And we can offer more confidential data from the system. This is in operation. And I invite whoever is interested to please look for it at the INE website, and where you can obtain a lot of information on how we deal with data that are subject to non-disclosure agreements. Now, the third part in the construction of the National Statistics System data space has to do with the exchange of information within the system. And so we are using what is known as statistical interoperability mode. Well, the INE does the same thing to produce its statistics and receives information from administrative records, more than 50 institutions. And we're speaking of only Social Security, for example, Social Security that sees worker memberships, pensions. Well, just for Social Security, we have more than 30 files that we exchange annually. And on the other hand, we also exchange INE as well as the public data system. We exchange with the regions, and the number of exchanges that INE has with these various autonomous organizations, it goes into hundreds. So we need to put some order in that, and we need to have a much clearer governance. So the development and the startup of the system is what we know as statistical interoperability, which is what we're working with very intensely at the moment. Now, the second pillar of our activities, the first is enhancing our own statistical system, and now participation of the national statistics space in sectoral spaces. We are speaking of 11. It could be 11, it could be 50, but well, at the moment we're talking about 11 data spaces: health, agriculture, industry. They're sectoral. And all of these different spaces are under development. And it's very important that statistics be present in all, because that was not ensured a few years back. We had a data space for health, And now there you have a number of agents that exchange rows, information that govern the data space. And it's important that statistics be present. And statistics being present.
¿Avanzamos? Sí, un poco más. Vale, ya está. ¿Por qué es importante que la...
Why is it important that statistics be present? Not only INE, but the statistics system. Well, it's very important to be present in the input because we have experience with the statistics system that is not always shared with all different sectors. We work with metadata, classifications, years of experience and clear governance rules and clear that have been developed over many years, but also we should be part of the output. And so because this data gives rise to new data deposits, and we have new official statistics that will happen in health, but in all others as well. And so it is important that the statistics system is integrated to all data spaces. And in Spain, we believe that this is ensured because we have a very recent agreement with the Spanish data office, which is the entity that coordinates all of these data spaces, and we're constantly in touch, ensuring that information may flow smoothly. And also the information must reach the entire statistics system. A little more. How is the data governed within the national statistics space? Well, on the one hand, the responsibility is of the INE as the central agency, but also the Interministerial Statistics Commission. This is a collegiate body, a forum where INE and all ministries take part. And it is a clear area of governance of the statistics system, and that we have given far greater weight over the last 2 years. And CME has been around for about 40 years, but the weight it is gaining today is very recent, and this is sponsored by this drive of the new data ecosystem. The implementation of the system was tested at a CME meeting very recently. This strategy, based on these 3 dimensions, but the time horizon is until 2030 and beyond. Well, it's a bit difficult because with the speed of change today, everything changes. But we need to devise concrete actions in order to measure progress in this sphere. And now the last one. Last screen. Well, in conclusion, we believe that we have designed a data strategy aligned with the INE strategy as such. That is, INE has a strategy saying that INE must lead the public service, innovation and leadership. And we want to go beyond the INE to the entire national statistics system. We understand that the national statistics system should be a key player in digital transformation in Spain, because we have government structures that are very consolidated and needing to have collaboration with a catalog of administrative records that is perfectly updated. This is very, very important for data governance in Spain. And that is why the role of statistics is key. It is necessary to have a major institutional commitment by the INE and also the various producer agents. And we're working on the necessary collaboration with all remaining players in a new and very complex setting. Sometimes we call the end of the monopoly, because in the world of data, within the administration, statistics did have a certain monopoly role, but that is not the case today. Today, there are endless number of agents. There are many things that don't even look like statistics, but they are statistics, and we need to see how they can all engage in the statistics system. Well, that is what I had to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, Mr. Argueso, for your presentation. And now I would like to hand over to Mr. Gabriel Games, Chief of the Statistical Capacity Management Section of the Statistics Division of the United Nations.
Gabriel.
I was hesitating to prepare my presentation in Spanish, but we are under pressure, and I use actually my English one. I'm very sorry for that, but I know that the region is also fine, I believe. I think this is my presentation. You will let me know if you get it.
No la vemos todavía.
Cannot see it yet.
Por favor, colocarla en modo de presentación.
Please use the presentation mode.
Now, it's
Perfecto.
we do some steps, it happens sometimes 5-10 seconds later. Thank you very much. And I would like also to, on behalf of the acting director of UNSD, the United Nations Statistics Division, to thank you, for inviting me. Now someone has done something. I've lost.
Perdimos.
We lost. Now we can see you, but you did something.
Do you see it?
Sí, podemos ver.
Yes, we can see it.
Of the director of UNSD to thank you for inviting us to participate here, and it's really beautiful because the presentation we had from Keeping and the presentation we had from Antonio will make that my presentation will be slightly shorter than expected. That I had also in my presentation. But in very short, and I give you a little bit the conclusion of my presentation before starting, because we never know what happened with the technology, is that if there is not a national statistical office that is not only seen, but is de facto the coordinator of the national statistical system, it's very difficult for the National Statistical Office to be an actor in data governance, and let me go further, in governance of digital transformation. And I think this is a message that I heard very, very clearly from the two presentations that we had. If you want an NSO that is involved, that is a partner in this digital transformation, then this NSO must be a strong coordinator of the national statistical system. So now I try to go to the next slide, but again, it's not reacting here. I'm pressing, but nothing is happening. So I don't know. I'm pressing page down, but obviously it does not work. Okay, now, so I will start with the GLOS. The GLOS is a generic law on official statistics. And this law, this generic law or model law, was adopted in 2016 by the Conference of European Statisticians. It has been adopted at regional level, but it has been used globally as a reference. More than 40 countries since its adoption have used or update their national statistical legislation. And when I say more than 40, it does not mean also that there were countries advanced in statistics that have been inspired by the GLOS when they have revised their statistical legislation. But what is also something that I want to highlight is that this GLOS has been treated language, it has been adapted to the regional context of Latin America and the Caribbean. We also, and this was very clear in the discussion, still fit for purpose after 10 years. And that's why we don't need a full revision, but and there we come back again to the presentation from Keeping and Antonio on what is changing beside us. And now I think I have to do like this. Okay, now I understand how it works. The feature, what are the features of the glass that we have now that are also the features of the glass that was prepared by ECLAC and endorsed by the conference, the Statistical Conference of the Americas? Is first a definition of official statistics that is based, of course, on the fundamental principles of official statistics. The NSS, the National Statistical System, is defined and established. The chief statistician is seen not only as the NSO director general or president, but also a coordinator of the overall system. There is a clear legal mandate on independence, confidentiality, protection from undue influence, user engagement mechanisms, like, for example, the advisory councils, where users are involved in developing our plans in terms of development of statistics, production of statistics, and dissemination of statistics. The use of relevant data sources and duty of public authorities to cooperate, the statistical programs that are fundamental, and Antonio mentioned that the statistical program is really the place where we have this catalog of the other producers of official statistics within the administration. And then also common metadata quality and dissemination framework across the national statistical system. I don't go further on this, as you know the GLOS, and you know also the GLOS for Latin America and the Caribbean, that is structured rather similarly. Why an update? And this was also explained, rapid development of data ecosystem, also a lot of new legal frameworks that are applying to not exclusively to statistics, but to data in general. And these new regulations, these new laws like data privacy and data protection, for example, have also an impact on the statistical legislation. This was also mentioned by Keeping. Expanding data sources. We have more new data sources to be used than in 2016, big data, geospatial, citizen-generated data, and so on. But also what we would call computational methods, AI, ML, cloud, record linkages that are very important and that changing actually the landscape of official statistics and data, and also the processes that we have. And then the coherence, what I mentioned, with the broader legislation on data. So, I mean, when we had discussions about that, and I wanted to mention that these discussions are taking place within a task team that is under UNECE, high-level group for the modernization of official statistics. But in this task team, we have representatives from all regional commissions. And for ECLAC, we have also, we'll have Javier Mancero, who is actually representing the region in these discussions. And I will tell you a little bit more about that. We had the 2016 GLOS and 2018 UNEC guidance. I don't want to expand on that, but we had two publications about legislation. We will use code and recommendations that are available, like the ECLAC Statistics Code of Practice, OECD recommendation on good statistical practice, quality assurance framework, like the UN and CAF that you probably know, and other regional and global guidelines and national good practices. This, let's call them the normative foundation. So when we update the GLOS from 2016, we will keep an eye on these normative foundations, including what is done at regional level, and in particular, the ECLAC region. This has been discussed, I mean, and even presented by Keeping. This diagram is in the new chapter on data governance in the Handbook on Management and Organization of National Statistical Systems, where we can see that official statistics is one part of the data ecosystem, but it's part of the data ecosystem. And one thing I wanted to mention here, what makes the biggest difference between official statistics and the others, is that official statistics is produced for our users outside the organization that produce statistics. Right? It's very clear for the National Statistical Office. We don't produce statistics for us, but we produce statistics for the others. Most of the other, I say most, of the other actors in the data ecosystem are actually producing data, collecting data, generating data, first for their own purposes. It can be for administrative reasons, it can be for managerial reasons, it can be for research purposes, but also commercial reasons, because of course the big data companies are collecting data, I mean, because they know the value, I mean, the economical value of the data. So the data ecosystem is broader than the national statistical system. Still, we are a major actor in that. And what we want through the statistical legislation and the update is that we are recognized as an actor and be consulted when there are developments in the framework of the digital transformation. Now, when we look at the structure, and we had long discussions about that, the structure of the, we call it now 2026 GLOS publication, we will do it slightly different than what we had in the 2016 GLOS publication, so that we will have first a main body with actually more kind of explanations of the context, the legal and policy rationale, the institutional, normative, and governance considerations, the development in the broader data ecosystem, relation between the data ecosystem and the NSS from a legal perspective, and guidance for national adaptations and coordination. And then we will have, as an annex, the GLOS per se, which is actually a model law with explanatory notes, and this we already had in the 2016 GLOS. The idea is when people are reading the first part of this publication, they feel that what we are saying in the annex, it's so clear and actually so predictable. So that's a little bit the idea, to bring the user to the annex and the GLOS so that they understand immediately why we have these articles. Propose refined features and provisions in this new GLOS. So what we think we should really reinforce, again, I say the GLOS is still very good. And in particular, this one from ECLAC, because it was designed later than the one at UNECE level. So this one at ECLAC is a little bit more modern already. But I mean, what we want to add to the 2020 GLOS, and again, this was done through an intergovernmental process with the participation of regional commissions, is to clarify NSS, so the National Statistical System, the SEN, within the data ecosystem and the governance role of the chief statistician. We notice also that in some countries, because this is based on the experience that we had globally and at regional level on the implementation of the GLOS, is the inclusion of autonomous entities, for example, central banks. This is a point where we have been struggling in trying to find a space in the statistical legislation in the NSS for the central banks, but at the same time respecting their autonomy. Expanded access to data, including privately held data. This is a point that is important. Legal basis for computational techniques. And this we had a long discussion. Should we mention AI in the law? In the law, I mean, legal experts are telling us we should be as generic as possible. If we mention AI, and in 5 years we don't mention AI anymore, like artificial intelligence, but for example, synthetic intelligence, then our legal act is outdated. So we have to find in the legislation a way to bring the message, but that this message or these provisions also apply to possible future development. We need to be flexible. We expand also to statistical services that can be provided by the national statistical offices on IT. And this is something that is missing in the GLOS. And this is a point that is fundamental. Expanding microdata sharing within the NSS and internationally. And also, of course, the interoperability with other legislation, as we discussed before, data protection and privacy, and some transitional modalities. These elements make sense, I think, from all of us after the presentation we had from Keeping, and also the excellent presentation from Antonio. Now, just a few points before I conclude. I hope I was not too long. My few points is that what we are discussing now is that when our work is done in this task team, where I told you also that regional commissions are involved, and of course countries, the idea is to go for a global consultation. So not only in a consultation within UNECE region, but a consultation across all regions. These comments received will be, as much as feasible and possible, integrated in this draft GLOS 2026 and will be then submitted to the the Conference of European Statisticians for endorsement. One, it has been endorsed by the Conference of European Statisticians. We are discussing now of the possibility to bring the GLOS at global level and to be endorsed again as a model law, right? We all understand it's not prescriptive, as a model law, at the global level. This was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Gabriel. Corresponde ahora la presentación de Piedad Urdinola, directora general del Departamento Administrativo Nacional de Estadística DANE de Colombia.
Perdón. Gracias. Bien, muchas gracias por el uso de la palabra. Bien, pues rápidamente, mientras ponemos la presentación, vamos a hablar sobre nuestra experiencia con la Ley de Estadísticas. Esta Ley de Estadísticas, Ley 2335 de 2023 en Colombia, fue un anhelo de 4 directores DANE. Siempre la estuvimos buscando y finalmente logramos pasar esta ley en el país, de manera que ya es una realidad. Y aunque esto tuvo muchos retos y complicaciones, finalmente hoy en día estamos aprovechándola y quisiera compartir con todos ustedes algunos puntos que son fundamentales para contextualizar qué fue lo que nos llevó en este proceso a tener la ley de estadística, cuáles son esas oportunidades y desafíos, que son muchísimos, que arrancan no solamente con la implementación en nuestros países que tienen una amplia influencia de la legislación francesa, que las hace mucho más complejas y complicadas, sino centrarme también en los puntos que como INES o desde el DAN en particular nos estamos enfocando y que hemos podido aprovechar. Una vez más, aprovecho la ocasión para darle el agradecimiento a todas las personas que han hecho posible este espacio y que nosotros estemos aquí haciendo esta presentación. Bien, entonces, rápidamente lo que hace esta ley, muy fácil para nosotros, de una manera muy rápida, es condensar absolutamente todos los decretos, pequeñas leyes parciales, lineamientos que teníamos pues difundidos y dispersados, que empezaban a traslaparse unos sobre otros. Entonces esto coge, resume todo, hace una limpieza y nos deja en un solo marco jurídico, y esa es la primera gran ventaja que tiene esta ley estadística, que de nuevo lleva muchísimos años intentando ser pasada por muchos directores DANE, y esto nos permite entonces ya tener un orden legal que tomó como referencia muchos referentes internacionales, especialmente la Ley Genérica de Estadísticas Oficiales de la CEPAL, fue nuestra columna vertebral, agradecemos también por ello, y las recomendaciones de la OCDE. A la vez, la ley era un compromiso OCDE de país. Desde 2015 se venía trabajando en ello, y esto finalmente logró consolidarse en el DANE como una entidad que tiene un repertorio amplio de fuentes de información, que cumple con estándares de calidad e interoperabilidad, y que a la vez reafirma su liderazgo.
The leadership in the National Statistical System. I will focus on 5 opportunities. There are many things I could speak about. Afterwards, I can answer any questions you might have. But I would like to focus on those opportunities. We have the statistical reserve and everything we have to work on vis-a-vis the strengthening of statistical reserve. The law has a special chapter on statistical reserve, and it is very important to remember that the law enhances to public and private registry the statistical reserve, so the information we receive is used only for statistical purposes, and all the entities producing statistics in the country can rely on this provision of the law. All this with the purpose of generating confidence in the public, not only as users of the information, but especially as sources of the information, because we guarantee that all the sensitive information, companies, persons, etc., all the sources will be always protected by the Statistics Reserve part of the law. This is something that all the entities want to have. In the second place, which is the definition of the National Statistics System, and the DANE, which is the Colombian NSO. Here, principles are introduced regarding purposes, objectives, and common rules that will lead us to harmonization of official statistics. So we have provisions that aim towards interoperability and the use of administrative registers and strengthening of computer information technology. This leads us to a better production of statistics, ensuring the inclusion of quality and implementation of good practices in statistics production, which guarantees our obligations at all the stages, and granularity, which is favored and requested by all statistics users. In the third place, the law ratifies the principles that have always guided our statistical production. The United Nations gives us 10 guidance principles, and 3 are included in the law. So we have accuracy, impartiality, technical independence, which is fundamental when the time comes to disseminate information or talking with the sources. Technical rigor and transparency. DANE is a technical office, and we have mandatory censuses, which is also fundamental for the statistics law, because since it includes the desire of doing all this, we have here one of the 4 censuses we implement in the country as provided by the United Nations, as the United Nations provides, the 4 censuses. So we hope that this will continue to be so, because by all means, this will ratify the necessary planning that an NSO has to have organized through these censuses that are very demanding, but at the same time, always bearing in mind the rest of the production that we have to have. In the 4th place, the law goes back to the provisions that relate to the protection and treatment of personal data or corporate data, and there's an exception for the treatment of sensitive data for statistical purposes, and the highest levels of quality and confidentiality have to be kept. The law establishes that we have to work at the highest levels of quality. This requires state-of-the-art technologies, and this requires a permanent study of the methodologies being used, and the law establishes exclusive use of this information for statistical purposes. In the storage of the data, this is also true. And this means that we have to do investments in technological infrastructure to be at the state of the art of technology and all of the rest. And also we need a technological infrastructure that will ensure cybersecurity. So we need those resources that we have to inject permanently in our offices as a core point in the development of the institution. And the law promotes alternative sources on top of the traditional censuses, which allows to take advantage traditional data and non-structured data for statistical purposes. We have discussed this in these spaces. A modern production means to welcome also those other sources, and this transforms into a law, the quality assurance of DANE, which establishes by law then that quality assurance at an internal and external level.
And now we will move on to the challenges that we have encountered. Many challenges related to the law, and here the first is harmonization. Precisely this ambition of producing this with solely the in-house production, but also picking up on the administrative records and other alternative sources. This means there must be a harmonization with other private entities, civil society, and so on. These harmonizations require understanding of alternative sources that we must forge in our members of the INE, and so that everyone should pick up on the good practices, international guidelines, and have a constant commitment to the continuous improvement of quality. And we know this as statistical producers is not that easy to do. And so we also require inclusion in all administrative records of the new approaches being created, for example, gender, intersectionality, also sexual preferences, ethnic groups, and so on. So all of these new approaches must also be harmonized by the institution and disseminated. Another challenge is strengthening the ethical framework for the use and exchange of information, ensuring data protection and promoting collaborative work, respecting the autonomy and institutional competences.
In such a way as to advance in a system of statistical ethics, driving a sound, robust statistical culture and shared throughout the national system. This involves major efforts in statistical culture, promoting the consolidation of DANE as the maximum authority in statistics, allowing for culture of openness for the development of operations and exchange of information of admin records. Here I bring some of the responses we have to this challenge. Statistical culture. This is something that statistical institutes, all of us together, are permanently working on this. And in recent times, after the pandemic, the fight against fake news and automation has been so difficult. And we are arduously working in different projects in order to finally have a statistical culture, statistical training that will be much stronger for these times. One of these strategies in particular allowed us to face the challenges of statistical culture with a comic that we have launched, and it has been most welcomed, not only in youth, boys, girls, adolescents, but in general, the whole population. And this comic allows us to have that target demographically and to also reach out to different media for dissemination, not only printed, but social media, digital media, and other specific channels of internet. We have generated a comic with these 3 characters. Ruben, he is the one helping to train the teams, all the training we do with field collectors. We have this character, this person to help us. Omar, which is another character, helps us outside, and Amaranta promotes teaching inside among the DANE staff. These three characters can be found in different strategies of statistical culture. We have also a painting book for children, and that we can generate a seed for statistical culture from childhood on, and this has been highly, highly accepted by youth. Yes, the comics and all the rest is being used. Hopefully, this and many other strategies will help us, and we can learn from all of you in order to keep on overcoming the challenges imposed by all of this work. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Piedad. Agradezco la presentación. Seguimos con la...
Thank you, Piedad. Now we continue with Uruguay. Marcelo Bisorno, Technical Director of the National Statistical Institute of Uruguay. I'll try to be brief. Much of what I was going to say has been said. I would like to tell you about the Uruguayan experience within a context that is shared by all statistical offices in the world. The basic central thesis is changes, everything changes. Mercedes Sosa, the author, everything changes. We have a changing technological context, a changing social context, and all of that is triggering responses from the statistical system, changing responses. That change in the answer, which is a technological change, promotes a change in governance. The generation of records produces an integration of the national statistical system, allowing to remodel the relations in which ONE connects with the different statistical producing offices. A more association, collaborative view, much more horizontal. I think it can promote a new governance for a system, a production system that is different from the traditional one. I'll go now to the next slide. Please teach me how. With this? No. Changes, everything changes. We have accelerated technological changes. Not only technological change is accelerated by the incorporation of technologies ever faster. It's not uniform through the different sectors, but young people incorporate technology faster. Those that are well educated and systems incorporate technological change much faster. There are disruptive natures in here. We are waiting for robotics to change the working conditions of those that worked in a hamburger shop, and now you have AI and starts to displace jobs, not like the ones cooking the hamburger, but rather the programmers, with a lot of dismissals, a reduction of employment of those programmers, software programmers, and the proliferation of data outside the traditional system, big data. Data need to be used and captured and include them in the system. Changes are also social from the point of view of public security. The online telephone have been abandoned. Homes with children living 2 days with the father and the other 2 with the mother. Changes in time patterns. There is less tolerance to long surveys, mild resistance, and also statistic evaluation is a public good, is like a public good. The results of surveys, census, they are all facing growing problems. You've lived that problem. We are not the only ones in Uruguay. Data proliferation, non-automatic data are there, but not captured automatically. The relative weight of records is growing. And to capture that is not easy. And that generates the need to integrate sources, big data, and admin records. Challenges, Pilar said it. No, the law follows these changes, laws that are enforced only partially. In Uruguay, we have a relatively updated law, but it's difficult to enforce. So the need to manage the tension between privacy and utility. Now, the response of Uruguay is transformation towards national data stewardship. The pillars of CIBE, which is the integrated system of statistical records and surveys, that becomes a data warehouse, a repository of central data, where data is managed, registered, and used through a data lab, providing another interaction with the agents of the national statistical system. We start to move from a vertical organization to a more horizontal one, and a system of single data production to a network system. And the governance of the network is different from vertical systems. As it says there, institutional and technological systems. Seeded, this integrated system is the central pillar of this transformation in Uruguay. It is a change underway. Let us not confuse this as if it were completed or had ended. No, we are beginning a transformation process with a CIDE and data warehouse. The integration of admin records, traceability, metadata, longitudinal data analysis, Internet of Things, images, private data. All of this is the basis of a national data hub. And there you see the interaction between statistical records of population, of corporations, enterprises, and the idea is one single platform for governance and one instrument for standardization of processes and quality. The pillars of data stewardship are the discovery of data sources, data mining at institutional level, go institution by institution to see what data they have and what data can be collected and integrate the system. Place them in the data infrastructure of INE, in the data warehouse, and make them interoperable, and then manage them. Data management is not only a service for the user. In many cases, it is a service for statistical producing offices. Usually offices ask that from us, and with that we are all horizontal, allowing for a dialogue with statistical producing offices, much more fluent, generating that network system ecosystem. Data sources, well, quality evaluation, updated inventory, strategic agreements with vendors or suppliers, and that provides a culture of data reutilization and also reduction of citizen burden. Data infrastructure, strengthening of CIDE, data warehouse, the use of analytical language, specialized talents, changes the requirement of talents or competencies needed in INE, more focused on data warehouse, data engineering, data management, and implementation of quality standards. Pillar number 3, interoperability. Adoption of standards, harmonization of metadata. Data management, incorporation of new sources, I said that already. The INE in the national data ecosystem, official statistics, public sector, academia, private citizens are integrate us with different players. It's not new, it is deepened. That interaction is deepened and allows us for leadership in the statistical layer, an articulator in the public sector. The benefit for the state and society is clear. new sustainable sources, better interoperability, less citizen burden, increasing analytical capacity, and INE as the body of governance and data steward. Future challenges is the governance of STEM. It was a quid pro quo with the statistical producing offices, allowing for ongoing dialogue. They listen to us because we solve problems, because we can technically assist them, not only in sampling, but also in the management of admin records. It takes us to a continuous ongoing dialogue with data producing offices to balance, strike a balance of data stewardship, data warehouse with leadership. So we advance in all these crews and in order to standardize the data warehouse, but that has to have a leadership system, quid pro quo, interact with agents, and move from the how to what to produce. The first phase of the data warehouse, our central concern was how to capture, to get the data, how to integrate it, how to make it interoperable, how to manage it. Now we need to start thinking what to integrate, and integrate data not as they come, but have a dialogue with the data producers to say, look, that this data can be better produced for you as admin record and for us as admin record with a statistical potential. So INE becomes a player as it understands the horizontality and has the leadership to provide technical continuous assistance. Data stewardship as an association instrument, a technological instrument of change in the function of production of INE becomes an associating democratic conversational mechanism with the colleagues that also produce data. And to finish, simply, I wanted to leave this data. The main challenge of governance for ONIS is to move from a hierarchical structure and survey producer to a network, collaborative, and data ruling ecosystem. This requires political capital to pass new laws, independence, technical capacity to integrate admin data and big data. Data warehouses can be used as a vehicle of integration of SEN and leadership of ONE's offices to exercise a collaborative role from the technical offering services, promoting integration and targeting ecosystems of the network. This is not exclusive to Uruguay, a new system of governance generated by changes in technological production. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. And to finish now, Daniel Bocari, head of the unit of innovation, statistical dissemination, innovation, and SDGs of the statistical division of ECLAC. Daniel, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you please have the presentation in Spanish? In English, it is in the website.
Ok, muchas gracias. Bien.
Thank you. So the idea is to share with you some thoughts and part of the work that we are right now going through at the ECLAC Statistics Division regarding the governance model of information assets at ECLAC. Of course, this has been said throughout the previous presentations regarding the changes that have resulted from our statistics offices and the entire information system available at our institutions, not only on account of the greater information production and the devices and others available, because this leads to a greater demand for information, and also the eruption of AI also poses new challenges on all aspects of the information chain, not only production as such, but also the processing and use of information generated. And I would also like to say that, as my colleagues from New York said earlier, within the UN, this is not a recent topic. These aspects of the data governance have been discussed for a long time now. And with the first document on data revolution a very long time ago, there was very in-depth reflection and discussion in different spheres. And so there are already several documents within the UN that attempt to determine certain guidelines within the system when it comes to thinking of the data governance schemes and models. This year, it has just been published, a toolkit produced by all of these institutions that you can see here on the screen regarding a fairly deductive self-implementation of tools when it comes to thinking of data governance. But I would like to focus a moment on the data World Compact, or Global Digital Compact, and this was adopted in UN 2024 together with the Pact for the Future. But in this Global Digital Compact, this highlights the need to move ahead with a responsible and equitable and interoperable data. And the three features that you can see on the screen that have to do with inclusive and fair data governance, interoperability of data systems, and accountability, and to facilitate the access and use of the data, but always within a framework of responsibility and use and responsibility in terms of the use. So within the UN, you could say that in some of the main principles that we could base our data governance models could be precisely recognizing the public value of the data, always based on ethics, human rights, and equity, facilitating data interoperability and openness that does not lose the sovereignty of the data, and that somehow ensure the protection of the information, but under certain transparency and accountability parameters, facilitating multi-stakeholder engagement, and that any innovation be done responsibly, precisely to not affect any of the other principles. And so within ECLAC, we've been working on the governance approach, and we've shared here in this conference, the SAA, we have shared where we are thinking our data systems beyond the traditional data, of course, such as the guiding division in terms of information management, and understanding this not only as a technical need for the institution, but an institutional strategy, a key to fulfill the mandate of promoting inclusive, sustainable, and evidence-based development, and strengthening the ECLAC as the strategic use of the data for decision-making. Now, this is a framework that adapts to ECLAC needs, but of course does talk to these other definitions and acronyms determined internationally for the various global frameworks. So somehow, what we're trying to achieve with this proposal that I insist we are working on and is to strengthen reliability and the correct reliability, safety, quality, accessibility, interoperability, and correct use of the information assets of the data ecosystem to facilitate the integration of information in the knowledge production, dissemination mechanisms, and web data platforms as a key factor in the implementation of ECLAC regional knowledge management strategy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, these thoughts have been guided by 6 pillars to meet the fundamental principles of governance. And we could mention these such as strategic alignment, because the strategy must be totally aligned to the institution's strategy. Obviously, offering and promoting the production of quality data that's accessible and that allows certain traceability as well as access, and that meet the standards existing for all data standards regarding the production and use of data, encouraging a unified language among the various actors involved in the same strategy, and of course, that it be considered as a strategic value for the institution. As you well know, since 2009, the Statistics Division, specifically for the quantitative information needs, statistical data, implemented a first governance model, but that with the inclusion of these new demands, this has gone scaling up, not only in terms of statistical data banks, but also the geospatial ones, qualitative ones, documentaries, and more recently, everything related to the use of information coming from satellite imagery. Now, just to remind you, our data ecosystem covers each one of the parts that you see on the screen, not only the statistical aspect, but the spatial, satellite, qualitative data. And our intention is also to include within this entire scaffolding of data interoperability the wealth of communicational productions at ECLAC to be all interoperable and integrate any type of information to our web platforms, our dissemination channels in general available at ECLAC. And so, just to sum up a few of the things that we have been moving ahead on, of course, one of the first pillars has to do with recognizing the strategic alignment of data production and use, and very much linked to the essence of ECLAC. As you know, at ECLAC, this is a regional data producer and studier. And this is within a mandate determined by the General Assembly and the period of session. So this is essential to ECLAC. Quality data, this is another pillar that right from the start ECLAC has promoted the implementation of processes to ensure the quality, accuracy, consistency of the data, and also ensuring comparability and harmonization among countries to allow regional and international analysis, and always within the jurisdiction of the international standards. And so we have furthered a regional agenda that promotes the use of open code solutions, working with open data, promoting the availability of APIs for the information assets. And so we've been implementing within ECLAC these same standards and approaches for our own data dissemination platforms, Stat and Geo, and all the analytical formats available at ECLAC, particularly in the website. I believe that one of the main aspects here is to working cross-cuttingly with each ECLAC actor to determine a unified language. This sounds simple, but precisely it is no minor issue, institutional work, even from the human viewpoint in terms of working with this. Well, to assign roles, where to go, where not to go, what things are good for the fluidity and moving ahead with the governance implementation model. But this is a task that does not take one day or one shot, but no, you must be all the time working with each internal actor, because as you have just heard, we're not the only information producers within ECLAC. And so we need to also work on this collectively. And so being part of the experience of a statistical division within the conglomerate of various actors, well, it is as such. That is how we have begun with the STAT model. And lastly, just to go wrapping up, I would like to say that at ECLAC, and particularly our authorities, we have a lot of support regarding the need to determine a government model, and that the information assets are a strategic value, and so therefore all actions have been supported by the highest level of the institution, which is essential given what we were just mentioning, the need to make these sort of thing cross-cutting with all and involving everyone that deals with the data. And with that, I would end, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel, and I thank all panelists. We have about 25 minutes now for interventions by those present, and we will begin with the country representatives who would like to take the floor. Please put your name tags up on side.
Gracias. ¿Alguna intervención?
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a general comment?
Paraguay, por favor.
Paraguay, please. Well, thank you and good morning, colleagues, representatives of the national statistics offices and international agencies, academia, and so on. I think that weighing up everything that we've heard here would take us a very long time. However, I would like to highlight and express my gratitude for the contributions made by each colleague that has invited us to think, to challenge our own limits in terms of new statistical frameworks with the outstanding and generic law standard for all of this to happen. And even the challenges that we face today in terms of the interoperability of databases, administrative records. I'm sure that same as in Paraguay or other countries also, it's a challenge to access administrative records and, for example, to monitor demographic transition in our countries, and even more so in the case of Paraguay, where we saw that over the last 20 years, we've seen changes that we've not recorded previously in the history of our country. So this is a challenge for interoperability, and also, as our colleagues were saying, not only in terms of data governance, it is not a need, but it must be a strategy for action and seeing, appreciating the value of the data when it must be exploited. And so I would merely like to congratulate all the speakers that have had very brilliant presentations and that ultimately have invited us to reflect and consider continuous improvement to our national statistics systems in terms of data governance. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. Brazil is recognized. Good morning, everyone, and I thank you for these very relevant and interesting presentations. I would like to mention two matters, to say something about the difficulty of data sovereignty, and then also the environmental aspect in terms of data processing. Sovereignty. Most of our data is processed by foreign companies in countries that have legal definitions that allow access or allows the state or government to access information that is processed. In Brazil, for example, 78% of the data is processed by foreign companies from outside the country. So I believe that this is a strategic matter affecting the sovereignty of the data. Countries have the ability to process the data in a sovereign manner. because this is a matter of, say, 200 years back. In our countries emerged from colonialism, defending their political sovereignty. The birth of ECLAC was a moment of defending the economic sovereignty of our countries and national decisions as to what to do and how to do it. And I believe that now, in the 21st century, the discussion is about sovereignty of data. Now, the second point. Data processing requires data centers, major data centers, to process the data. And today, this is contaminating a very important part of the water use. This is a very serious issue from the environmental viewpoint. So I believe that this is also another important thing, that when you're speaking of the data and the integration of the databases, how this has an impact on the environment. And there are various studies showing precisely how these data centers have evolved in terms of energy use very fast, especially in comparison to the advances made in the use of energy of the motor industrial complexes. So I believe that all of these are matters that we should also reflect on, in addition to the other contributions shared. Thank you. And now Peru is recognized. Very well, thank you. First of all, I would like to bring the greetings of the head of the National Statistics and Informatics in Peru, Gabriel Moran. And first of all, I agree with Ivan regarding this very important meeting. The issue of the official law is very important. The laws of our national statistics offices. We have been able to see that a generic law is being made official for the year 2026. And we're saying this because right now we are trying to update our law, the national statistics system, and we have had several issues, difficulties. First of all, our current law, which goes back quite some time, and then afterwards there's a law for the protection of personal data, which is not necessarily explicitly secrecy or the confidentiality of the information. So all of these things are very unclear. We do not know if it has to be done by the executive or the legislative. Statistical secrecy is not really clear, which means having the right to keep secret the personal information. And this affects the administrative records. And so we also have issues with autonomous units that explicitly deny information to any other entity. So changing our statistical law, and we have followed these steps of the generic law of ECLAC, the law that is given to us by the UN, it is not easy. In an atmosphere where we really need to have a constitutional amendment, really, before being able to access administrative records. And so I would say that, yes, there is a need to have strategies. And I'm speaking of the law because this is the process that we're going through right now. And I have also seen the presentation by Piedad Urdinola, which is very important in terms of the statistical culture, because it is through the statistical culture that you're going to understand the need of having official statistics as a public good. And the other theme, and very quickly, is the data ecosystem. It is each day quite impressive. Recently, we were dealing with big data, but now we have AI, artificial intelligence, and all of these things have a major impact on information processing. I leave you with that as food for thought. Thank you. And thank you. Jamaica is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to the presenters for the very interesting presentation. I just have a specific comment directed at the presentation on the generic statistics law. So Gabrielle has been working with Jamaica, and I know one of the issues that has come up is the permanent appointment of the chief statistician. Sorry, are you hearing me better? Sorry. So one of the question I have is, in this revision of the generic law on official statistics, I know currently the law recommends a fixed term.
Ley recomienda un término fijo para el estadístico jefe, pero en algunos
The role of the chief statistician is actually a permanent appointment. And I do know that that might, because the law recommends that there is a contract appointment in jurisdictions that recommend or actually have a permanent appointment, the law does not address those options or does not give us any guidance on those options. And while a fixed term contract is fine for somebody coming from outside of the NSO, when you're coming from inside the NSO, the considerations are quite different. So my question is actually to Gabrielle to see whether or not there is any consideration to provide guidance in this regard. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Si alguno de los panelistas quisiera responder, si todavía nos acompaña el señor Gabriel en línea, por favor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this comment. And you know that we have been working on that, and actually I have addressed to some extent the issue, but you are right that this has to be treated in the next revision of the GLOS. When we have been working with, jointly, right, regional commissions and UNSD in the implementation of the statistical legislation in many countries, we don't only help the countries to do so, we also collect all these issues that we had, and this is something that definitely will have to be integrated. What I can say now is that this is, for Jamaica, even a little bit more an issue, because you have two kind of statistical institutes. You have those that are professionally independent, but part of the administration, right? So basically, the chief statistician is a civil servant, and we can address that at the end of the mandate, if there is actually such a situation, the person will find a position within the administration that corresponds. My camera is off, but okay, back. That correspond to their status, right? Now, in the case of institutions that have full autonomy, actually, not only the chief statistician, but all the staff of the National Statistical Institute are not considered, as part of the administrative function in general. They don't have their own. They don't have the pension fund of the administration system in general, because they have their own. And this is, of course, something that we have to see, because if someone is coming during even 10 years as a chief statistician and then leaving, this has an impact, right? And it will make, and that I think this is the final point, we have to make the position of chief statistician as attractive as possible to get the best one to apply. That's really the point, right? And if you know that after 5 years you are out and basically you lose even your pension fund, then it doesn't make the position very attractive. And we had the similar situation in an island in the Indian Ocean, actually, that were facing exactly the same problem. And when the new law was actually passed, a more junior person, who was the deputy chief statistician, took over, because saying, look, I have still 30 years to go or something like that in my career, I can take that risk, while the chief statistician at that moment became actually the assistant chief statistician. So I hear you fully, and this is a point that must be addressed. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Damos la palabra al señor Rolando Campos. Perdón, El Salvador.
Buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias. En El Salvador sucede algo muy particular. Teníamos una ley súper obsoleta que databa desde 1954 y en línea con lo que los expositores dijeron.
According to what the speakers have said, we need a modern law adapted to the culture of the country, but adapted also to the statistical needs of the country. El Salvador is very peculiar. Besides being a safe country, which helps us very much in the census rounds that we are doing from the central bank, has a law that was updated shortly ago, December 2023, the new statistics and census law was approved, a law that has allowed us to develop the census round 100% digital. We did the population and housing with UNFP and CELADE, and agriculture and fishing with FAO's help that I have here, Michael. It is also important to point out that census omission is very low in the country, only 2%, but the law also guarantees that we have short procurement times. Procurements during censuses is fundamental to have everything available at the right moment. It also needs the collaboration of all the public entities of the country because it is a countrywide project. It is sanctioned if no information is provided, and it protects statistical secrecy, and the citizenship can be certain that the data are reserved and they are kept at the Reserve Central Bank. But an updated law is not enough. We need awareness that it is a country project and that we need the President of the Republic to be engaged and aware that it is a project that is beneficial and that it will be an input for decision making. And he needs to tell the whole government that they have to work for the census rounds. In the case of El Salvador, the law helped us a lot, but we received even more help from a president that makes available to the census rounds all the institutions of the country. This is very important to have this in the governance. Likewise, the Reserve Central Bank provides resources for this very important country issue. And we have to recognize the importance of learning amongst countries what was done well or wrong. International agencies also play a fundamental role in a census round. UNFPA, FAO, ECLAC, FAO, ECLAC have been fundamental for us. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Orlando Campos. Thank you very much. My comments are regarding what Gabriel said about the law and governance issues, also discussed by Keping Yao, and the examples that we heard, the cases we heard from the countries that are here around the table. I think that the fundamental topic, on the one hand, is the consolidation of national statistical systems. That is, how to consolidate, how not to have the NSO on one side, but to consolidate this big space, which, as Piedad said, is the national statistical system. I think that the important part is how can we find these linkages between the different statistics producers through the national statistics system for the construction of that system, and not only what relates with the National Statistics Office. the executive secretary, executive secretary mentioned, Mr. Serinash mentioned that the beyond GDP and the like are related with political issues and decision making. And of course, the statistical laws are also a political issue because they have to be approved by the Congresses, by the Senate, and there we have problems many times. We have heard about multiple initiatives of laws that are being prepared, but when they come to the Congress, sometimes they're not believed to be important, and so the transformation doesn't happen. And that is very much related with the bearing of statistical offices in our countries, in our region, at a global level, in the United Nations system, also in the United Nations Statistical Division. We have to search and try to find how to strengthen the area for statistics in our region for a better relationship with the society when we produce all the information. We are entities that are reliable in our region. Statistical offices have a great reliability in our region. In some countries of Europe, that is not the case. But here, when an NSO gives a piece of information, people accept it, governments accept it, and they work consequently with that information. So we have to find how to strengthen this space. And I think the way is through national statistic systems, the relationship with the different ministries. And of course, what Peru said, Peter Abak, innovations, and what we heard also about the sovereignty of the data. Many times private data belong to the agencies or to corporations. Artificial intelligence is managed by global corporations, and we have very little to say in that sense. And these innovations, little by little, undermine the obtention of data. This is why there's an exercise and a work being carried out by the United Nations on a group, on a working group on data governance, so as to be able, in the United Nations system, to be able to regulate the production of this type of data and its utilization through the offices of the system. Those are my comments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Gabriel?
That we heard at the moment in the new law. So it will not be, as I mentioned, only the generic law, but we will have also an introduction and explaining the process of the legislation. And it's true, we need to make sure that there is a common understanding within in the country that the statistical legislation is also a public good, right? It's a social contract between all to get more transparent, independent, higher quality, informing citizens about what's happening in the country. And one element that will be clearly mentioned also in the new laws will be that at the beginning of the process of revision or revising or updating the national statistical legislation, it is important to identify champions outside the statistical system, because when we present this new law, there is always a fear that we do it to protect ourselves. But to find some champions that can also speak on our behalf and actually bring this project further, including champions within as mentioned by Rolando, I mean, within the Parliament and the Senate. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, but I have to leave now. I just got a request from the Under Secretary General. I have less than 2 hours to respond, and I have unfortunately it's time for me to leave. But all what was discussed today will be integrated in this new glass. Thank you very much for your contribution, and goodbye.
Muchas gracias a los panelistas y a los países que han intervenido. Definitivamente en un ecosistema de datos tan complejo y que se suman retos que ya teníamos con retos nuevos, definitivamente estos dos elementos que han sido rescatados del rol de las Oficinas Nacionales de Estadística como ente coordinador y rector del Sistema Estadístico Nacional, pero también la necesidad de la existencia de un marco normativo que permita el ejercicio de esta función. Vamos a tomar un receso hasta las 15 horas. Aprovecho para invitarles al evento paralelo que vamos a tener en el Salón Enrique Iglesias, iba a decir Julio, Enrique Iglesias, y este evento paralelo va a ser la presentación del Manual sobre uso e integración de datos administrativos con fines estadísticos relacionados con niños, niñas y adolescentes, que tendrá lugar en el Auditorio Enrique Iglesias, como les dije, y nos vemos a las 15 horas, 3 de la tarde en alguno de nuestros países. Muchas gracias.
webinar is being transcribed and summarized.
Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Vamos a dar inicio a la jornada de la tarde. Tiene la palabra la presidencia.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias. Gracias a todas y a todos por su puntualidad. Espero hayan tenido un almuerzo agradable y que algunos hayan podido participar en el evento paralelo que tuvimos a mediodía. En este momento vamos a continuar con los temas de gobernanza que iniciamos la discusión en la mañana, de manera particular con los temas de los retos.
With the subject of governance challenges, and we'll have a discussion panel with the participation of 4 countries. We have from Bahamas, Clarice Turnquest, Assistant Director of the National Institute of Statistics, Mr. Ricardo Vicuña, National Director of the National Statistical Institute of INE, Chile. Mr. Cristian Cabrera, he's Assistant Director of the National Statistical Institute of Guatemala. Mr. Iván Ojeda, National Director of the National Statistical Institute of Paraguay. We will have also the participation of Mr. Ricardo Valencia, co-founder and CEO of Algebra Labs. Firstly, I will ask the participation of Bahamas, Chile, Guatemala, and Paraguay to tell us in not more than 5 minutes, each one, what are the strengths and weaknesses that you observe in your national statistical institutes in order to have an effective and sustainable governance. We will begin with Bahamas. Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. In terms of the Bahamas National Statistical System, in our efforts in terms of our strengths and weaknesses to ensure effective and sustainable governance, we have several strengths and weaknesses that can aid or hamper this. Okay. The first strength is regarding that we have a strong central coordination. The Bahamas National Statistical Institute has been around for many years and has always provided a unified leadership for the National Statistical System. And with the introduction of our Statistics Act of 2021, it placed us squarely in the position as the lead agency having the coordinating role for the statistical system. This act also enhances the professional independence of the institute and also official data producers within the statistical system. It also stands by data confidentiality, protection from disclosure, and also requires mandatory reporting from those who hold the official statistics. It also supports international best practices for governance, as within the Act itself, we have included the UN Code and the CARICOM Code for good statistical practices. Thirdly, there's growing interagency collaboration. This improved cooperation among ministries has allowed for better data sharing and has enhanced the use of administrative data for various different data sets. There's also alignment with international standards. Again, we have included the UN Code and the CARICOM Code in our Statistics Act. We have adopted SNA 2008, SDG frameworks, and CARICOM and IMF protocols in producing our statistics, which increases credibility and international comparability and enhances that governance. There's also across the national statistical system strong institutional memory with experienced technical staff that provide information, able to produce data on various economic and social statistics. It results in outputs of complex data sets, in addition to data like health data, education statistics, crime statistics. But this experienced technical staff also allows us to maintain that strong governance. Now, the weaknesses that impact that is that, one, we have a fragmented administrative data systems. Most ministries operate isolated. There's poor interoperability across these systems, which limits the effective use of administrative data and increases reliance on costly surveys. And some data sets are still in paper format, and so it's difficult to maintain, again, that governance. And in addition to having the experienced staff as a strength, it also is in some ways a weakness because it is a very small pool of persons who are operating this level of experience and also retiring. Many of them are retiring out, and so it's an issue with succession planning in many of these official data statistical producers. But again, lacking that strong resource component there could result in us affecting proper governance. There's also inconsistent and unstable funding across the NSS. Budget volatility affects survey cycles, modernization projects, ICT upgrades, and it hinders long-term program sustainability. And of course, across the NSS, many programs are affected by election cycles. There's also a digital and data governance gaps. There's weak data sharing protocols in some instances, metadata systems, and cybersecurity across agencies. Many agencies has legacy systems that have been in place for a while and are not really up to scratch in terms of these new threats in terms of cybersecurity. There's limited capacity for real-time data exchange or integrated data platforms considering this, and there is one IT department for government that maintains many government systems, even though within each data producing area, they also sometimes have their own IT personnel. There's limited user engagement and data accessibility, dissemination improving, but still gaps in terms of user-friendly products, outreach to private sector, academia, and researchers, and communicating the value of statistics. And finally, there's a slow adoption of modern methods across the NSS. With limited use of things like big data, geospatial analysis, automated data processing, which reduces the responsiveness to new policy needs. And so in conclusion, the Bahamas National Statistical System has solid legal foundations, committed leadership, and strong technical capacity, which encourage strong governance, but must overcome interoperability gaps, resource constraints, and digital modernization challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahamas. Now Chile has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe if one goes over strengths and weaknesses of the office, we share a lot of your observations or the observations we have discussed this morning. As to strengths, we believe that INE has a great reputation as an independent technical agency with a long-standing tradition producing and disseminating statistics in Chile. So, in Chile, INE is respected because of its impartiality. We are one of the oldest offices of the Republic. We were founded in 1843. So citizens greatly respect our office, and it has a very important opinion about us. And that is helpful, very much helpful. Then the technical capacity. Our professionals are high-level professionals. There's permanent interest for training, updating, completely updated. And this is recognized at the level of public sector. I can speak later on about the weaknesses in order to maintain this professional level and for them not to go to other public sector departments or even to the private sector. This fact of having high-level professionals is a catalyst for data governance. Now, we can also mention the fact that INE has a relevant experience as to data protection of natural and legal persons. And it has a law, an act, that although it's very old, it's very clear as to statistical secrecy. So the safety, security of the information is so important as one of our strengths. The INE Act as to statistical secrecy in combination with the Data Protection Act of Private Life comes back to INE as especially devoted to data protection. It is very important for data governance. And so now I move in these few minutes to weaknesses. As I was saying before, the law that is in force is quite old and calls for an update because of all the subjects we've discussed this morning and changes in order to really address interoperability and governance in a broad data system, even coming from the private sector, private world. This update is within the bill that is being discussed at the Senate of the Republic. It is in the last phase of discussion. So still, we are in that group of countries where we need to update our law. And Rolando was saying this morning, we need one last drive, one last push, and there try to convey. And we are in this group of countries that we haven't been able to convince the political world of having a modern statistical law. In spite of not having an updated act, we are still doing different activities as to governance, like the ones I mentioned before. One legislative update, as the one submitted by Colombia this morning, allows not to have a vacuum insofar as responsibilities of the state. In Chile, we observe that in some way there is certain duplication of efforts and confusion as to roles of agencies of state administration that could be made easier if we had a better specificity in an act that would grant us the privilege of doing certain activities as to data governance and interoperability. Still, there is duplication. They are ambiguous for not having this bill already adopted. As to regulatory and technological challenges, in order to guarantee data protection, we also have some areas for improvement. The main regulatory challenge is to move forward in the adoption of this bill in order to create a new institutionality for the statistical system that will update the regulatory framework, and the approval of this new law would allow INE to access different information sources and better comply with its statistical function of data integration. Today, INE, as a ruler in the statistical system, with this old law, can obtain information from other public agencies, integrate them, but still we don't have the mandate. And therefore, it's more difficult sometimes to have, by mandate, access to certain data. For example, IRS data. Internal Revenue Service data. So we would like to advance in this new law to have a data lab in order to provide privileged access to researchers, investigators, and other activities of the public sector in order to thus address and have better interpretation of administrative records and have a database that can provide better quality and safeguarding the non-determination of persons contributing to it. These data, although they have a lower standard of statistical secrecy, they are safeguarded by a special legislation of privileged access of investigators that allow data to come out of the institution in anonymity. So the data lab, I think it's a weakness we have today. And for example, we will soon have an important demand for the microdata of the census. They will be published next week. And surely with the treatment of indetermination in nomination, probably will have demand for specialized information that our present law does not allow us to provide in a non-discriminatory way. So we will, of course, make this legislative effort and have progress even before the law and have access to this data supply for research. And finally, technological challenges. Today in INE, we are working in a data lake-based platform, allowing us to work in a safer, efficient manner, complying with the purpose. But the main challenges are obtaining infrastructure resources. All this involves investment in infrastructure and having the human resources in order to promote the changes in technical teams. We have a great competition for data scientists. They believe it's very attractive to work in a data institution, but in the long run, it's difficult to keep them in our institution when there are such important salary gaps. And so the challenge, I believe, and this is shared by all offices, it's a matter of budgetary restriction. Those are our main challenges and opportunities. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you. Now, Guatemala has the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor and the invitation to take part. As the National Statistics Office in Guatemala, we appreciate this sort of instance, and so that as my colleague Ricardo said, we see ourselves reflected with issues that are so homogeneous, although at a different scale. And this is also an area for learning, to hear how the experience of Colombia that we heard this morning, or the experience in Uruguay, may shed light on these lessons and good practices that we too could implement at some point. And at the National Statistics Office in Guatemala, the National Statistics System is coordinated, and this coordination is determined by Decree Law of 1985, with a legal basis for the Statistics Office, what is the National Statistics System. However, we do consider that the regulation, although we do have the power and responsibility to plan, direct, and oversee statistical activities in the country, we believe that it is still advisable that this be updated and modernized, as Marcelo explained this morning. The new ecosystem, these new structures, these new ways of generating data and information via administrative records. Among the strengths that we could highlight is that although the law determines what the National Statistics System is, and somehow also recognizes the technical authority that the NSO has, and in terms of interinstitutional coordination, as what the law determines as sectoral statistical coordination offices, These are instances that allow connecting the different areas that produce official statistics in order to promote improvements in terms of the quality of the administrative records. We need a methodological harmonization, although we also know that in the members of the national statistical system do have their own strengths and weaknesses. And there is a heterogeneity in terms of the development of statistical processes, investment in technology. Some organizations may use more complex systems to capture and safeguard information, whereas other agencies do so manually via forms and records that do not truly ensure neither the confidentiality nor an appropriate coverage of data. And so there's this divergence within the organizations that make up the national statistical system. And so among these strengths, as the NSO, we could say that we have a legal structure that does recognize its guidance or directorship of the NSO. But we could also say that there is a technical team that has specialized on each one of the statistics maintained by sectors. We have one for education, another for employment, another for violence against women, and all, in one way or another, have appropriated the conceptual and technical aspect in order to generate the indicators. In terms of weaknesses, we share this with many NSOs, identifying common challenges such as the financial stability of certain statistical transactions. An institution that does not have full autonomy, in fact, depends on the political will in order to strengthen certain statistics or sectors. And what has been said, not only here, but in other forums, is the constant turnover of technical personnel that as soon as they're trained and specialized, the NSOs find it difficult to retain their technical staff because, as what is mentioned here, there are income gaps with other organizations that also require this sort of staff. And so, somehow we need to strengthen the regulatory framework. Today we realized how Uruguay, Colombia, El Salvador, Ecuador, strengthening the regulatory framework to help us, and that one way or another obliges the organizations to collaborate with statistical information, which that's vital, so as not to depend on the group in government at a given time. Now, this regulation, from what we saw this morning, should consider a regulation of the interoperability of the data, and that the information systems, well, we've been talking now with the manager who's with us, creating an interoperable system and begin with data of people and associate them to their personal ID number linked to health records, education, and national records of persons as such, and also the records of surveys in order to make it all interoperable, all of this statistical information. A legal framework allowing the exchange and protection of data. This is necessary to continue with the technological modernization, strengthening the statistical culture at institutional level. I'd like to mention that the NSO in Guatemala is at an advanced stage drafting the National Strategy for Statistical Development, the ENDE as it is known. And the aim is that this document should guide future actions, medium term, long term, in order to strengthen the institution, integrating data sources and the articulation of this information with SDGs and the goals of the country determined as national priorities. And so that the statistic created in the national statistical system should ultimately respond to the goals considered as a country, and that we should have this connection between the supply and the demand for statistical information. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now we recognize Paraguay.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, dear colleagues, persons and colleagues and users following us online. Our warmest welcome, greetings to all. The National Statistical Office in Paraguay and the official statistics go back to 1886. Now, of course, one of the greatest strengths that we have is a new regulatory framework, a new law that we call modernization of the national statistical system and creation of the National Statistics Office. For us, the priority is not only the proper operation of the INE or see ourselves as a statistical family that brings together all public organizations that generate some sort of official statistic. This new law has gained life through a national statistical strategy as well, including the census. And it is by presidential order, which makes life much easier. And of course, we also have a national statistical plan also set up under the law. And likewise, we've made progress in the quality, quantity, and the timeliness and access to information. International indicators of statistical performance, such as, for example, the SPAI of the World Bank, today position Paraguay with 75 points out of a scale of 1 to 100. And the ODIN ranking, or the Open Data Ranking, positioned Paraguay in the 147th place, and today we're 61, which reflects a quantitative leap that also invites to continue with this process for the modernization and strengthening of the system. Another strength, we would like to mention the modernization of statistical operations. That is a national population and housing census, very robust with good quality standards, and also the system has done an agricultural census. The permanent household survey is one of the main tools of the government of Paraguay to monitor living conditions. So we have close to 350 variables that we measure throughout the year. And likewise, I'd like to mention the map of poverty, monetary poverty, at district level, which is another achievement worth mentioning. And likewise, the change in paradigm in the professionalization of statistics. Today, Paraguay has created the first technical higher education on statistics, the first of its kind in Paraguay, which also has the academic space to strengthen our INE or NSO colleagues, but also the entire statistical system in the country and all users interested in the demography and statistics. This will be accompanied and strengthened by IDB cooperation and in La Costa, where Paraguay will have a system for administrative record systems for statistical purposes, a system of quality control of the administrative records and a plan for continuous training. Our Costad brothers will provide us a data science laboratory to process large volumes of data when it comes to training our technicians. And of course, another strength is that our system is prepared to incorporate the new standards. We have a mature statistical system that's transparent, well coordinated. I repeat, more than a statistical system. Today is a statistical family that we have in Paraguay. And the new challenge today posed by the President of the Republic is that Paraguay too may be part of the OECD. This is a process that several countries of the region have already gone through successfully, and we too would like to go through this process and experience, which will, so I'm sure, will strengthen our official statistics. We could also mention weaknesses. Our physical infrastructure, technology is always insufficient and unequal, often among all components of the national statistical system. Also, the common theme for everyone. insufficient financial resources on a sustainable level in order to retain professionals, as mentioned by other colleagues, retaining the professionals that have trained for decades at our institution. And I'm sure that national statistical offices are a sort of institution, a school institution, where people can access much information and capacities. But the challenge is to ensure that they should feel comfortable at our institutions. And we need to make statistical operations. This is very relevant. Another weakness that we could mention is the need to speed up the interoperability of the administrative records. And this has to do not only with having a data lake to lodge the information, but also a standardization process. The nomenclature of the administrative records so that they may be used for statistical purposes. And likewise, innovate in the digital transformation continuously. The inclusion of AI, data science, geospatial platforms must all become continuous consolidated practices within the national statistical system. Today, we see this as a weakness that we are addressing. And lastly, the challenge of training our public policy makers how to interpret the information in order to increase use and appreciation for decision making based on scientific evidence. It is not sufficient to merely produce and disseminate the statistics. What we must manage is to get the statistical production to be used by decision makers, but not only for public policy, also for the private sector, so that they may continue to contribute to the economic development of our countries. And lastly, and hearing the very interesting presentation by colleagues, we see that we do share commons. We face common challenges. Maybe what changes is the name of the countries, but the situations very often are common. So this could also be a strength to be sitting here, thanks to this space that's given to countries to learn one from the others, and so strengthen the overall international statistical system, if we could call it as such. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I thank all 4 countries. And now we will turn to Ricardo Valencia, who is the author of the CPE report, Data Ecosystems and National Statistical Systems, Key Coordination for Development. How far are we in the region from building comprehensive regulatory frameworks for data ecosystems? And what would be the immediate steps? Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank ECLAC for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. I've come with a mixed experience. I was the Deputy Director General of Dana Columbia since 1982, and since then have had one foot in academia and another foot in private sector in terms of data governance. I would like to answer this question. Making the most of the article that we wrote and published with CPE last year, and giving the response of an economist. I don't remember what president said. Please bring me a one-handed economist, because every time I ask something, they say, on this hand, we have these pros, and on this other hand, we have the other cons. So I will try to answer this question, just how close or how far are we, by saying that we are very close and at the same time very far. Very close because, and now I will get into the presentation, because the experience of the NSOs and national statistics offices is exceptionally appropriate to migrate towards experience such as data spaces. And as we heard this morning in the presentation by Spain, Europe has made great progress. And we're far, I believe, because we still need to answer questions regarding the nature of these new data ecosystems and the role that to be played there by the NSOs and national statistics systems. And a framework that we're all familiar with is data revolution. Google Chrome processes 5.6 billion consultations or queries every day. Millions of people purchase every day through Amazon, and more than 75% of the world population has a phone. These are just anecdotes that illustrate how the volume of the data being managed by the private sector and private data ecosystems are growing at speeds that exceed what is done by any NSO. So Europe faced this question, an existential question, I would say, as to whether it is possible to keep a monopoly approach in the case of the NSOs or oligopolies in terms of the NSSs to produce official statistics. Now, is it desirable to maintain the model when at the same time data production that people are using is following a parallel path just slightly outside the model? There is a spoiler. Europe could never have advanced with the data spaces logic, with the data system without NSOs or NSSs. And so that is a great advantage. And there is another existential question regarding the role of data in society and how this has changed since the arrival of the internet, and the data has gone from being a source for administrative decisions or an input to comprise statistics that show phenomenon that support public policy. But we must take into account that today, with this new economy, data is an asset through which companies generate the income. The image on the right is a screen shot taken with my mobile phone. This is already here. Telecommunication companies, companies that I pay for, the transport for my school children, and data management in general. That data is today not necessarily part of the national statistics systems. And so these NSSs make the most of company data to enrich the official statistics. It is a single one direction partnership. With more advanced countries, the NSOs are given the authority to go and pick up any data set around, and there is no reservation. But in other countries, this is more restrictive, and offices may collect data through surveys or some administrative records. But the data ecosystems, relationship with the data is very different. It is multi-directional. They're used to create economic value, to carry out market transactions in order to engage in the political life of countries and monitor variables related to sustainable development and so much more.
And a very important question is, if statistical offices are facing resource restrictions strongly, and at the same time society demands more data for decision making to have fun, and we see that in the data of the private sector there is an opportunity to increase the supply of statistical production. What do we know? What measurements are there in the world about the use of data in the private sector in official statistical systems? News are discouraging. In the world, there are two measurements about performance of offices and national NSOs, degree of openness, transparency, and availability of data, like the inventory of open data or barometer of open data. They're very useful measurements for social control and formulation of public policy and philanthropy, but they don't measure the use of the private sector by statistical offices. This is a free classification we use in our article. There is another type of performance measurements about statistical offices, like the Monitor Paris 21 of statistical capacity. Doesn't measure the data use of the private sector. And the most complete measurement with 181 countries and largest number of variables is the World Bank statistical performance measurement. In its methodology, it measures the use of data of the private sector by statistical offices, but still there has been no first collection. It is the only variable that still has not been data implemented. However, Latin America and the Caribbean last year, as a result of the Statistical Conference of the Americas and ECLAC, we sent a survey to 33 countries of the region, and we had 13 countries responding. Some of these are the results, and we are very far and very close at the same time. I'm not presenting all the results, only a few questions that are to be highlighted. I need to acknowledge CEPE. With them, we structured this survey. And we asked, has this statistical office received donations of technologies, training, or data sets from private enterprises? The response is, or the answer is, 80% of statistical office reported having received data from the private sector. In other dimensions that are necessary for the integration of ecosystems, we had more weaknesses. For example, the NSIs that have received technology donations, only 20%, and those receiving training, 10% only. Then we asked, currently, your statistical office collaborates with private enterprises in the collection, processing, analysis, and dissemination of statistical data? That is, in what phase of GPM are the NSIs interacting with enterprises? There's a prevalence in data collection, 50%. Or delivery of data, 50%, collection, 41.7%, processing of data, only one NSI answered having worked with the private sector. In analysis, 25%, but in other tasks like technology strengthening, capacity building, or standard training, 25% reported having interaction with the private sector. Another question of interest is, are there regulations in your countries regulating collaboration, data delivery, and exchange of information among business associations and the NSIs? 76.9% has some type of regulation, although in recent years have been focused in personal data protection, reaffirming the authority of NSI. And I think this is the last one, I guess. This is very important. If the statistical office, does it have specific programs to train private enterprises? What the director of Paraguay was saying in the statistical process, and the answers are very low. 66.7% said they had no programs. 8.3% has some training program in statistical production, 25% in data analysis, and 16.7% in quality standards. Here we have some testimonials of those having answered from NSIs, and this illustrates the state of the art of the region. And one of them said, in the statistical system, such and such, to make the answer anonymous, the private sector becomes a data provider and does not participate in statistical production. Once again, a unidirectional relationship. And the question that Europeans solved said, if we can change the relationship between the private sector, data ecosystems, and statistical offices, and they have developed a data governance framework. And here there are other reports showing several of the restrictions on governance that this morning and this afternoon have been measured. And I would like to go to an opportunity that I think the region can migrate with ease. And there are concrete experiences on this. And this is about data spaces or data hubs. Maybe they have other names. And they have come out from the data governance regulatory framework. And this, I will link it to the beginning of my presentation. In my view, what's most important of this regulatory framework, what it does is to set incentives. And the director of INE Uruguay said this morning that one of the major frictions to get data from the private sector was the perception of the private sector that that activity only involves effort and no benefit in return. Now, in the data governance regulatory framework of Europe, European that is, as a purpose, the idea is to create a European data market. I thought, having been assistant director and being outside now, I say some daring things, but I recall when being in the INE that data management was ruled by lawyers, governed by lawyers. The main question we solved in the Statistical Reservation Committee was how to avoid identification, but we had no additional questions about how data serve to create new business, new employment, new things. That is a purpose that is set by the governance framework of market of Europe, and has these data spaces to meet three objectives: to have data, to create database value chains, to have better data supply for public policy, and to have better data supply for philanthropy. I think that this solution is most elegant and starts solving problems of budgetary restrictions that all directors have mentioned here. And because it changes the relationship between the private sector and the NSIs, and sets other natural objectives like guaranteeing the protection of personal data and the industrial secrecy or confidentiality of producing goods and services of each one of the companies or enterprises, and creates a figure that is that of data intermediaries. And this refers to the relationship between NSIs and data ecosystems. The capacity of technical offices to support other ecosystems was low, for example, for cities. With difficulty, DANE was able to support certain capital cities and with great difficulty reached out to intermediate cities. And so, in this governance framework, you have this intermediary figure. These are private agents that learn the skills of the NSIs and that support data ecosystems to be set up to create governance layers, business models, and so forth. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ricardo.
Thank you, Ricardo. We will now move to the second round of questions for countries. For Guatemala and Paraguay, we will please ask you that your answer be in 2 minutes. The question is, what measures has your country promoted to strengthen governance of the national statistical system, and what learning or take-home messages have you learned from this process? Guatemala, please.
Gracias.
Thank you. Once again, to be to the point and very specific, In the NSO of Guatemala, we have something very practical, and that is what is guiding us, how to implement, in general terms, the subject of governance. As I was saying, our law is of 1985. After this act, other national regulations have emerged, setting forth certain actions or responsibilities for the National Statistical Institute. In this case, it's Decree 22-2, the law to prevent and eradicate violence against women, defining and saying that the INE has to create a national information system of violence against women. And so this system and lists 10 institutions within this regulation that these should provide to the National Statistical Institute all the information so as to create a national statistical information system against women. And so information against women. And so under this legal mandate, the INE can create a governance system where institutions own the data generated by each one, and the National Statistical Institute, based on technical cooperation agreements, will ensure that this information be treated exclusively with the statistical purposes and under technical standard. And law says that the INE has provided technical guidelines also so as to standardize different variables and create common indicators. We believe this is a good example of governance in a system that can provide shed light in order to apply this to all the other subjects of statistics. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. Now we give the floor to Paraguay. Same question. Yes, the starting point evidently is the new legal framework of statistics, of modernization of the national statistical system. But that law needs to take life, and it did, starting from the National Strategy of Statistical Development. It is a consensus of the whole system. But also, we may have the best law in the planet, but we need to have the philosophy of win-win. Why? Because our law demands every person, physical and legal person, to provide information. But we have the limit of statistical secrecy to enable a safe room with the necessary care of statistical secrecy is a window of opportunities in order to gain greater cooperation from the statistical system. Other concrete actions are to have a statistical plan. Another important landmark is the meeting of the National Statistical Council. Last week, we had the second one in our statistical history. I think we'll have a meeting every year. And also to drive open data, transparent data policies, statistical data policies. And also a common and recurrent subject is the lack of economic resources. So with Paris 21, we have developed the National Clearinghouse. It is a platform where cooperators find their information demands, and therefore they can articulate synergies with cooperation, and thus also a workshop of data sciences, spatial data infrastructure, and the challenge of AI. I stay here because of time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paraguay. Now we'll move on to the second question for Bahamas and Chile. 2 minutes to answer. The question is, what are the main regulatory and technological challenges that you face in order to guarantee data protection and your availability for different uses? Bahamas, please.
Yeah. In terms of the main regulatory and technological challenges that we face with ensuring data protection and then availability for different users, as the colleague earlier said, there's a demand for data, and not just regular data. We produce summarized data. There's interest in microdata. And our Statistics Act allow for sharing of granular data, timely data, but the sharing protocols does not speak to data linking across ministries themselves. And then there's also been introduced the Data Protection Commission, which has even stricter rules in terms of data sharing, stiff fines and penalties for data breaches, which has put, I guess, a bit of fear in terms of data providers in terms of how far they can go with data is really to share that does not run them into issues. There's also limited or fragmented data governance rules, where many government bodies operate under their own data policies, and they are not easy or willing to share data because their data was set up with legacy regulations that existed before this digital data sharing became very common. And so there's reluctance to share. There's not exactly sure what they could share and at what data level, that would be allowed. And so that is still being worked out across the national statistical system. And technological challenges speak to ensuring that there is strong data security. Again, the legacy IT systems, verification controls when you sign into the systems, limited cybersecurity skills. These are all plaguing problems for the statistical system. And again, being able to share data across systems, the interoperability limitations with different or incompatible formats and systems to be able to bring the data in across the system. And then implementing privacy preserving technologies like data anonymization. There you need strong technical personnel who are able to do this properly. Our country has less than 500,000 persons. And so even the level of detail we can share without running into problems of confidentiality and is very limited, very collapsed data, very summarized data, but the demand is still there for this detailed data. And again, being able to share that data with the proper technology to maintain the confidentiality, because the bottom line for us in our systems is the confidence of the data of the persons who provide this data and being able to keep it safe. And so those are our challenges, being able to share data.
Muchas gracias. Pasamos a Chile, por favor.
Bueno, el principal desafío regulatorio es ciertamente la aprobación.
Is the approval, adoption of the new legislation that will allow INE to access multiplicity of information sources, and in this way implement in the best manner possible our statistical role. And as relevant as the above is to make available of different uses the information by public agencies and investigators through a laboratory with privileged access. Through this mechanism, they will access information, nominate information, allowing to have a better evaluation of public policies, and in this way assign better value to information. Another challenge is the next entry into force at the end of next year of the law on personal data protection that raises the standard of law on the protection of private life. The INE is working with these data protection standards. The new law provides those holders of greater attributions as to the care of the information, greater obligations and commitments to those responsible for data treatment. There is a major challenge there insofar as data interchange, but at the same time, protection of personal data. That's an important objective for statistical offices. The regulatory aspect is important for INE between data protection and data availability for different uses. There are restrictions imposed by the present law that very often involve collapsing information to publish in order to avoid the determination of informants. In this regard, I empathize with the comment made previously by the colleague from Colombia in terms of the importance that sometimes lawyers assume, where it would seem that the main objective is to try to deliver the least information possible in order to safeguard the statistical secrecy, forgetting that we do all this work precisely to deliver the maximum available information. So there is a challenge shared by all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And lastly, a question for Ricardo regarding the needs to integrate private sector data and citizens. And 2 minutes. What trust and governance mechanisms do you believe are most effective in achieving real cooperation between statistical offices, businesses, and civil society? Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to begin by saying that making use of existing experiences and mechanisms. When I say that we're far, is that perhaps we still do not have the European level of the regulatory framework for data development. But, well, in Latin America, we really have one data space, a large one, very important, no more nor less than the financial sector, comprising data among countries. I will not mention all the countries, say Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, maybe Uruguay, Chile, I don't remember exactly. But this goes further. Not only is there the experience and the legal mechanisms have been found to provide such sensitive data, such as our financial transactions among banks and countries, but also national experiences of the integration of financial sector data with data of the state, for example, to respond to emergency policies during the period of COVID-19. Just to give you one example. With those data spaces, we were able to design a monetary, non-conditional transfers called solidarity income. And we were able to remove the intermediation with the mechanism because it was possible to send money to any citizen below the poverty line or any other microfocalization criteria transfers, as long as they had a mobile phone and a simple transfer app. So sometimes a legal framework imposes restrictions, but it is possible to build protocols for use, and all countries have experience in this. The director of the NSO in Paraguay was talking about rooms and specialized consultation where you have certain access and use restrictions that are not the same that appear in the web page. And so there are specific experiences. For example, Uruguay has major leadership and other countries in the use of data computations for the telecommunications companies for various statistical production exercises such as mapping migration flows and, well, so many others. Not even to mention that there are data spaces for the exchange of security among countries. And so there are instruments, tools. I believe it is not necessary to wait until having the European framework for that. But also, and I would like to go even further. This is not a matter that is new to this conference. The conference determined in its Montevideo declaration a roadmap to work on this process to make the use of data from the private sector and to which I would add these other existential questions as to whether we would like to approach this just for the unidirectional intent of producing more official statistics, or would we like to sit down with other state authority or the ministries for economic development, finance, and in sum, I would like to make the most of existing experience that there are protocols that resolve legal restrictions or applies them facilitating the use of data, and in my view, developing that particular path with other instruments, but most recently with the Montevideo Declaration. I'm a bit ashamed to mention this because I was part of it, but I do believe that to continue picking up statistics on the relations between offices, NSOs, and the private sector is key. And if possible, I would recommend including in any economic survey questions in order to map the private sector data transactions. Some are ICTs, but others have sectoral questions. And then we could know with standardized measurements what is being done in terms of data by these companies, and so how to make the most of that. Thank you. Very well. I thank Guatemala, Paraguay, Chile, and Ricardo that have allowed us to move ahead in terms of the strengths and also the challenges in order to achieve data governance. We now have a 20-minute recess and meet again, once again, here at 4:30. Thank you. I would just like to beg of you to be punctual in order to start at 4:30 because the two members of the group of experts beyond GDP will connect virtually at that time. Thank you.
Vamos con el sector privado, muy interesante. Gracias. Y así que eso es interesante que hicieron acá el futuro de la sobre de información que está en el sector privado. Está hace ratísimo. Entonces, con eso. Hoy tenemos, digamos, la certificación de datos oficiales, ¿verdad? Pero dentro de poco ellos se van a adelantarnos a si es que no entendemos el cambio que se viene. ¿Por dónde se está informando? ¿Con qué datos se está informando? Los datos el dato de inflación se demora con el mercado está utilizando datos utilizados por los privados.
Hola, podemos ir.
Please be seated.
Empezamos en un momento.
We will start in a moment. There is a bit of an issue with the connection of one of the speakers, Nora Lustig.
that should be determined. Yes, it's from a different date. Okay. It could be, yes.
Le estamos preguntando a Damien si está listo para presentar el por mientras que él sí está conectado. Mientras no la
Creo que la que presenta es primero uno y luego el otro. Y luego el otro comenta lo otro.
Ah, a partir de lo que hablen ahora, comenta.
Sí, por eso.
Ya se va a conectar, tenía el link equivocado. Ahí está.
Buenas tardes.
Well, good afternoon. We will now continue with our agenda. To introduce the topic of measuring development, I now hand over to Rolando Campo, Director of the ECLAC Statistics Division, and who will moderate this session. Go ahead, Rolando. The floor is yours. Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. In this segment, what we have prepared at the in the executive committee is a panel on measuring development beyond GDP, challenges and opportunities. And this has to do with the Beyond GDP initiative that has been worked on for a number of years, sometimes with greater drive than other, in order to find a measure that could encompass other spheres of GDP that the GDP doesn't measure. Work was began among agencies, funds, and programs initially, and working on a proposal, a document that was presented as an addendum of the Secretary General, a proposal, initiatives on how to work on this beyond GDP. And this exercise that coordinated these efforts during 21 and 22 were UNCTAD, UNDP, and jointly DESA New York, the New York Statistical Division, and ECLAC was also working on this during this first round that later resulted into DESA, UNDP, and UNCTAD, a document presented the policy brief number 4 of the common agenda of the Secretary General. After that, in the Pact for the Future, it was agreed that a group of experts would be formed to conceive, discuss, propose measures to systematize this concern shared by countries and academia, as well as statisticians, on how to find measures beyond GDP. In July this year, the Secretary General created a group of 14 experts, of which, or rather that have met these months. There was one presentation at the Social Development Summit held last November. There was a presentation on some of the progress, and the Secretary General asked them to give another presentation towards the end of the month, a proposal on how to follow up and what actions could be taken for beyond GDP. It was also asked that we should find regional spaces. The regional commissions were asked to look for regional spaces to socialize, to share the initiative, hold meetings with the members of the group of experts for them to hear the concerns held by countries in different spheres, statistics, social, economic, and others, all spheres of work. And so that is what we're doing here, precisely to have this conversation with two members of the group of experts, Nora Lustig, who is the co-chair of the high-level expert group on the Beyond GDP initiative, and Damien King, who is also a member of the high-level expert group. So two colleagues that are of the region, they do have first-hand knowledge of the region, South America, Latin America, and the other colleague in the Caribbean. So there's clear and strong representation in the group of experts. And then afterwards, we will have a discussion panel, and we will be accompanied in person by Graciela Marquez, President of INEGI Mexico, Marcio Pochman, President of the Brazilian IBGE Institute of Statistics, and Halim Brizan, who unfortunately could not be here today on account of logistical issues regarding his trip from Guyana. And he is the director of the Regional Statistics Program of the Caribbean Community Secretariat, and someone who will also be answering some of the concerns of the experts. So I don't know, may we begin with you, Damien? Are you in a position to kick off? And then afterwards, we will hand over to Nora Lustig once she is able to connect.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm not seeing Nora online. Is Nora present?
No, Nor is not. Is trying to connect now, but I think she's facing some troubles with that. And I don't know if you want me that you want me to wait until she comes. I assume that she's going to make a presentation, and after that you are going to make some comments in this regard, or do you have a presentation too?
Sure. No, I was going to make comments on Nora's presentation.
Okay.
But I can get started on Nora's presentation in the meanwhile.
Okay.
So that we don't waste time.
Okay, let's see if we can wait and see if Nora can join us.
Let's give her a few minutes, and if not, we'll get started.
Okay. Perfect. So we'll want to wait a few minutes for Nora. Thank you.
I mean, in the meantime, I can just share the importance of the work that we are doing. As everybody here present might even appreciate before I begin, is that economists have struggled, have wrung their hands for a long time about the focus on GDP, gross domestic product, as the measure that everybody targets in our focus on economic growth. But we're all aware of the limitations of GDP, that there are other developments, there are other considerations, there are other factors that we all know to be important, but governments and policymakers and businesses tend to focus on whatever is measured and whichever measures are publicized. And so GDP, with all of its limitations in not reflecting issues of sustainability, in not reflecting issues of inequality and equity, in not reflecting issues of social issues, gets all of the attention. And sometimes often GDP growth is pursued to the detriment of these other considerations. And so the United Nations and the Secretary General quite rightly recognize the importance of trying to come up with a measure or a set of measures that can be applicable equally across all of its member states, given their varying statistical capacities and the different manifestations and local considerations, to come up with a measure or a series of measures that can be highlighted to the same degree as GDP, but fill out some of these gaps. Hence the focus on beyond GDP. And that is why the Secretary General convened what you refer to as a 14-member panel with targeted and set deadlines, a short time frame, in fact, to be able to come up with this measure. We're far along in the process. I would say we are perhaps maybe more than 2/3 way through the exercise, and we hope to deliver our recommendations for private and public discussion early next year. And that is what Nora is going to give us an overview of.
Okay, thank you. Javier, do we have? Not yet. Okay, why don't we begin with the panel, and then if you want.
I mean, I can just continue and present some highlights of what we've done so far.
Yes, or if you want, we can begin with the asking the panel about some questions that you send us to them, and
sure.
if you can I don't know if you can listen the concerns that we have, or the answer of them, and then we wait if Nora can
sure.
join us in this regard, if it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do that, and this is the appropriate forum in which to have that discussion, because
exactly.
once we come up with these measures, it will be the obligation of the statistical agencies in the various countries to be able to put this into effect.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna. I think Nora is with us. Nora, ¿estás ahí con nosotros?
Hola.
Hola, Nora.
¿Me oyen? Sí. No sé quién me está hablando porque se ven
Hola,
muy
Nora, te habla
chiquitos.
Rolando Campo, director de la División de
Sí, ¿qué
Estadística.
tal, Rolando? ¿Cómo estás?
Of the Statistics Division. We're here in the conference room in the Statistical Conference of the Americas. So thank you very much for joining us. We just had a brief introduction on the Beyond GDP initiative. And we already received some comments from Damien. Now we would like to offer the floor to you, and then we will have the panel discussion and we will ask them the questions that you sent. So for you to get acquainted with what's going on from the perspective of the Statistical Conference of the America, what's going on this side. We have with us 3 members of the panel. We have Graciela Marquez from INEGI, Mr. Pochman from IDG Brazil, and Helene Brizam, who is the Statistical Director of CARICOM of the Caribbean region. So without further ado, you have the floor, and then you can share your part with us. Thank you very much, Rolando. In the first place, I apologize. For some reason, my computer was not talking with WebEx, but we managed to solve the problem using the email of another colleague. Finally, I could join. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Rolanda, and thank you to all the group. I will share what we are doing in this project Beyond GDP. I don't know if you have the presentation there. How should we do this? Should I share? It will be presented from here. And will I be able to see the slides?
Asumiría que sí.
I would suppose yes.
Ok, entonces, pero bueno, no sé qué es lo que les dijo Damian.
Well, I don't know what Damien said already, so maybe there will be some overlap, but I think you already know what the group is about. We have 14 members. I'm the co-chair with Professor Cauchi from Cornell. This is an interesting group, a very diverse group with different countries participating and also different backgrounds. We are not all economists, nor are we all statisticians. Some come from the academic world, half of the members roughly, and some have participated in public policies or statistical institutes. And one point which I suppose Damien already mentioned is that our intention is not to replace the GDP, but to complement GDP. Please, next one.
El mandato es que nosotras.
The mandate is for this group of 14 persons that form the high-level group to make a proposal of a limited number of indicators, about 20, that would complement GDP. We have a next one, please. I don't know how much time I have since we are late, Rolando. Up to 15 minutes. All right. So this is a mandate which comes from UN documents. An important part is that this initiative, and different from previous ones, has the advantage that this request from the member countries. There have been many beyond GDP initiatives. We had the stick list commission, then the OECD, and some from the United Nations as well, like the Sustainable Development Goals, but this is the first time in which the member countries asked the Secretary General to have a set of indicators representing properly the progress made by the countries beyond GDP. So there's 14 experts. Here you have the pictures of them. That's us. There you have Damien as well, and myself, and all the other members of the group. I always mention that compared with the first high-level group, there was only one woman in the first group that worked in this area. Now we have several women in the group. Next one, please. So we start from the idea, from an idea that everybody accepts, is that GDP is a measure that is necessary to have an idea about the economic activity of countries, but it does not reflect well-being in a comprehensive way, and it does not reflect elements regarding equity and inclusion, nor does it reflects sustainability. This is why it needs to be complemented by other indicators. Please, I have two graphs here. They are based on an article that was published in the American Economy Review. It is used by macroeconomists. Some are skeptical about the agenda beyond GDP, but these authors, one of the graphs they show is per capita GDP in the horizontal axis, GDP per person, and this is the number of hours worked per person per year. And they show the difference between the United States and other countries, particularly the United Kingdom and France, that have similar GDPs, but these countries have very, very different, almost twice as many hours as than in the United States as to the time they work. When they combine several indexes, they find that using an index that has other components adds value and helps understand which are the well-being levels of the different countries and which are the factors that determine that well-being. This is a scheme on how we measure well-being in a broader sense, using the social well-being function. Next one, next one, next one.
The group, we decided to use a framework with three pillars that are somehow recurrent in these exercises. They could have different names, but nevertheless they are recurrent in terms of content. The first has to do with well-being today and has to do with individuals and society in various dimensions that I will mention in a moment. The second pillar is inclusiveness and equity, and the third, sustainability. The idea is to think of this in the short, medium, and long term, not only in the environmental dimension, but also other aspects related to sustainability of that well-being, which could be merely economic or macroeconomic restrictions, and that means that the country ends up in crises, or aspects related to social cohesion and peace.
Este es el triangulito.
So this is the triangle of the three pillars. And well, the goals are try to reflect the current material well-being more accurately, also going beyond income, going beyond averages, and going beyond the today, and also taking into account interconnectivity impacts, the spillovers or externalities, and that have to do with what some countries do and that affect the world as a whole, which could be emissions or others where the externalities are relevant. Now, we have selected 7 dimensions to analyze the sort of indicators that we could use in these dimensions, considering that they cover the core elements to measure well-being beyond GDP. One has to do with material well-being, education. By the way, they're not organized in a hierarchical order. Not that one of these is more important than the others. So material well-being, education, health, subjective well-being, and here we have social capital. Probably this will be changed for social cohesion and also components of peace, rights, and governance, and environmental quality. In the second column, there are examples. These are not necessarily the indicators we're going to use. For example, indicators being used today to measure well-being beyond GDP. Now, here I would highlight once again that the idea is to supplement or complement GDP. But we are exploring also, and in here I would like to hear comments by you. There are proposals which we have divided into subgroups, and one of the subgroups is analyzing the possibility of making amendments to GDP, considering what is really valid to keep in GDP and how to measure inequality together with GDP and sustainability via the use of shadow pricing. And so I will not refer to this because this is very much at the start initially, but I would like to hear your opinions. Next. Now, obviously, if we would like to connect what we are going to propose with possible actions and public policy or other actors must be political buy-in. And so we're also speaking to people who could have a more skeptical approach to the Beyond GDP agenda. Now, for the time being, which would be our main tasks? For example, first of all, choosing indicators. Will we go for a dashboard or a list that complements GDP? And in a moment, I will mention something about that. Now, then, what would be the challenges in how to measure this? How to get this to be adopted and for this to have some sort of impact globally? Now, these are some of the principles that are guiding search for indicators to be used ultimately. We're discussing them in the group. There may be some changes. I'm not going to read them one by one, but the PowerPoint is available for whoever would like to see it close up. But in general, these are proposals that may be fairly common to this sort of exercise. Perhaps one thing which is quite relevant to this group, when I put this together, someone afterwards said, well, 1 and 4 contradict each other. Because if you're thinking of what you want to measure and then afterwards you worry whether the data exists or not, and then you see the availability of the data, and so we saw there were 2 stages here. What can you measure today with the existing information for a large number of countries, that is, globally? And what would we be proposing to measure in the future? So today, one of the members recommended that where it says scientifically robust and statistically sound, that this should be changed for saying that we're going to use the quality criteria that the UN uses in their definition of acceptable statistics. And also, we would like to use statistics that have their own custodians. There is a labor division in the ample UN family that, of course, includes the World Bank and the Fund and all UN agencies, that in their mandate, they must capture information on certain indicators. For example, the World Bank is responsible for poverty and debt. And so we're thinking of using that type of availability, because that would make sure that quality control is done, as well as the acceptability of the indicators is already surpassed. Now, in terms of the indicators, or types of indicators, we're thinking of proposing a key number and what we want are indicators not of effort. We're not going to measure how much countries spend on X, Y, or G, but rather what is happening with education, health, and a few other variables. We would like to not be redundant. We will take in distributive measures, and we would like to pick up on multiple privations from the time viewpoint, and consider that maybe we need to make certain adjustments to be sensitive to the various levels of development of countries. Now, what I'm sharing with you is just starting out. We're just things we're sharing within the group, the members of the high-level group. And so this is a good time for you to make your comments.
Yo pienso que en este momento
I think that right now we do have some variance on how to present indicators, SDGs, of course, the Human Development Index, the social function of well-being, which is more in the academic field. But if we move on, because here we're seeing some of the things that I would like to put to you.
una cuestión que
So one thing that will be discussed fairly intensely is whether we're going to have a dashboard or use composite indexes. And regarding composite indexes, there are two types. One would be composite indexes to reduce the amount of information by domain. So there are several health indicators. We would like to combine them into a single one using statistical methods that have already been proven, but by domain. And then we have another question, whether we would also like to have another index that covers the various dimensions mentioned earlier, health, education, so on. So then we would have to determine, if we take that path, which would be the approaches. At least based on my estimates, there are 4, so that the waiters select exogenously, such as the Human Development Index, or approaches that are based on preferences, which is highly developed by economists working in the social choice theory, and others based on statistical methods also used for compound interests by domain, and then what could be called the capabilities approach that, well, recommends using deliberation processes or consultation to determine the weights of these various components. So we're also asking people if they have their favorite indicators, either individual or composite, in order to mention the various dimensions. So if there are any suggestions here, that would be very welcome. And then regarding GDP, we have these 3 things. And since this is being worked on by my co-chair, Kashik Basu, if there is interest, we're thinking of convening a meeting to discuss this specific part of the adjustments to GDP in order to get feedback on this. I'm not going to delve into this anymore further than tell you what it is that we are thinking of. So, thank you.
merci, porque debe haber
Muchas
Thank you very much, Nora, for your presentation. It is a pleasure to have you and Damien King here with us in the Statistical Conference of the Americas. Damien.
If you want to make some comments about the Nora's presentation, you have the floor, Damien. Mute. You're mute. Damien, you're mute.
Sorry. Nothing to add to the of where we are in the process where I gave a broad introduction to how it came about and what we are seeking to do. the importance of this exercise is our goal really to make our proposal and then send it in. Our goal is universal adoption. Guiding us as we were going through the technical exercise. Adopt 198 national universally applicable, but still locally relevant across the board. And then to surround that with a compelling narrative that provides an incentive, not only for countries to take this on, but for users, for citizens to pay attention to it once it's done.
Okay, thank you, Demian. Voy a empezar entonces con hacer la primera pregunta para nuestros tres colegas y empezaré por Graciela.
The question is, which are the initial reactions vis-a-vis the report that we've just heard, this provisional report that has just been presented to us by Nora and Damien? Which are the aspects that you believe are more promising? Which aspects should be underlined? Graciela, you have 3 minutes, please. Thank you, Rolando. Maybe I will take a little bit more than 3 minutes, and then I will be shorter in other participation. Thank you for the invitation. In the first place, I had the opportunity of reading the intermediate report. It's a report that we have discussed in the Executive Committee of the Statistical Commission. So I will share my first reflections after reading the intermediate report. The high-level experts group has undertaken a challenging task of answering to the 4 mandates they have. This is relevant for a community such as ours, because one of the mandates is precisely to examine what is it that we have in terms of statistical production. In my opinion, the intermediate report prepared by the 14 members of the expert group can generate contradictory positions, the classical case of the glass half empty or half full, without forgetting the magnitude of the challenges. I believe this intermediate report is encouraging. It aims towards an optimistic view if we take the opportunity of participating in the consultation that is ongoing now. Maybe for others, it would look like repeating efforts of the past. We've heard already about other efforts along the same lines, but there are significant differences that I would like to stress. The intermediate report has been exhaustive, and it has recovered the main analytical progress made and measurement and metrics efforts in the last decades. It is a very careful analysis in terms of well-being, inclusion, and sustainability. By defining clearly the contributions of each approach, we have a graph of the possible configurations of a conceptual framework generating a set of indicators capable of defining in turn a multidimensional process. As we said, this task is very challenging, but I believe that besides this conceptual recovery of what we've been listening since the end of the last century, this goes back to all of that. The high-level group analyzes 7 domains or 7 fields of study that Nora Lustig was presenting. So we have a clear path for the identification of what we need by way of information sources, the existing ones, and the voids we have, the gaps we have, we need to breach. Here I would like to point towards the importance of collaboration with the Statistics Commission of the United Nations because of its technical nature and its global scope. In the United Nations Statistical Commission, national NSOs from around the region have approved standards with the main purpose of guaranteeing quality, comparability, and trust in information. In an ongoing way, the global statistical community and experts in geospatial information, we keep updated GDP measurements and other key economic variables, but at the same time, we have improved the measurement of use of time, non-remunerated household work, the self-reported well-being, care work, and the impact of the deterioration of the environment on the society and the economy. This amongst many other statistics. For the global community, according to the United Nations Statistical Commission, it's good news to have this intermediate report consultation. It is a space for exchange, and this will help us point at the recent progress, like the joint updating of the GDP manual and the balance of payment manual, a resolution approved in March 2025, plus the findings regarding household surveys, measurements of the environmental accountability system and ecosystems. So the indicators that will come from this work will be very concrete for measurement and information utilization generated based on standards approved by the global statistical community. To get acquainted with what we already measure and how we measure it is a must if we want to have universal indicators built upon robust methodologies and at the same time applicable to diverse contexts, adaptable to the existing capabilities and aimed towards the design of transformative public policies. Only in this way we will have a financing scheme for the production of information at a global level with the necessary disaggregations. Also proposals that allow to use information already generated and to be able to complement or a complementary utilization of that information. These things have to be the guiding principles to lead us to financial resources. In this sense, I would like to mention the proposal of generating 3 variations of the GDP. First one, excluding goods and services that do not generate value. Then the distribution of income or e-GDP. And the third one, which takes into account positive and negative externalities of sustainability for an SGDP. I think that it would be worthwhile to use this together with the satellite accounts of the GDP, which have been a valuable source of specific information about different topics. In the case of Mexico, for instance, we have health satellite accounts, non-remunerated satellite accounts, culture, non-for-profit organization, ecological accounts, and tourism accounts. And it's the case of other countries in the region and also of other regions. The intermediate report stresses the importance of taking into account the different contexts. This is important because this will allow for a better transfer of results to decision makers. The global scale is not in conflict with the peculiarities inherent to the history and specific institutional arrangements. On the contrary, it enriches that. There are three key questions, and with this I would like to conclude and summarize. Why do we need a new approach, and which should be the components of this new approach for this Beyond GDP project? How to measure inclusive and sustainable well-being for the different populations, and which are the most pertinent indicators to have an impact. We can already find answers to that in the intermediate report. I am certain that the final results, or this will allow for the final results, we will have final results where we will have measurements that can be used by all the countries. Like all successful projects, it's a matter of taking advantage of the good practices and promote capacity development. Experience has showed us how central it is to have timely development for this to respond to all the challenges included. I'm sorry I took so much time. Thank you.
La respuesta a la pregunta.
Thank you, Graciela, for your answer to that question. Before handing over to you, Marcio, I would like to recognize Halim for your comments to the same question. What would be your initial reactions to the report just presented by the colleagues of the high-level expert group? Halim, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, overall, the high-level expert group's interim report is highly relevant and timely for CARICOM SIDS. The group's recognition that GDP alone fails to capture well-being, equity and inclusiveness, and sustainability aligns directly with our development realities and thus strongly resonate with our long-standing concerns of CARICOM SIDS and then for global the overlap on GDP, particularly as an indicator of welfare and material well-being, has resulted in most CARICOM SIDS being classified as high income and high middle income, a categorization system that fails to account for the existential nature of our challenges. GDP captures the flow of economic activity as a particular point in time, but it does not reveal the deep structural vulnerabilities that characterize small island developing states. Example, climate exposure, high energy and food import dependence, heavy dependence on sectors that are extremely sensitive to economic and environmental shocks, also high debt burdens and the escalating cost of disaster recovery. The high income labor paints a misguided picture of economic strength. It creates the false perception that our countries are less in need of support, thus limiting access to concessional financing and restricting eligibility for development assistance. And it also ignores the reality that a single climate event like a hurricane, as we have seen recently with Jamaica, or a natural disaster like a volcano can wipe out years of GDP. Though the report made reference to climate change, no domain was included to reflect indicators to measure climate adaptation, risk mitigation, and or disaster preparedness, which could demonstrate CARICOM economy's progress towards climate and environmental resilience. In terms of the aspect that I see as most promising, The striving to develop a universal framework that still allows for easy national adaptation or customization is very encouraging. Also, the commitment to measurement of resilience and vulnerabilities opened the door for the monitoring of the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS, and also the CARICOM multidimensional vulnerability index, which can easily be integrated within the sustainability pillar. I also like the idea of the modified measures of GDP, which may present better measures for income classification of our countries. Also, the report highlights the importance of political buy-in, and the report stresses the need for a similar investment as the investment into GDP to develop and sustain related statistical capacity in reporting on the beyond GDP measurement framework, and in the process, leveraging new and innovative tools and non-traditional data sources. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Halim, por tus comentarios. Marcio, no sé si quieres hacer comentarios sobre esta pregunta. Te hago. Sí, adelante.
Não gostaria de perder a oportunidade excepcional com o grupo.
To speak to the high-level group, and Nora and Damien. I do believe it is important to say that the provisional report of the high-level group of experts of the UN showed a critical trend in the limitations of GDP as a measure of progress and proposes a new international framework of metrics to capture the economic, social, environmental realities in a more comprehensive way. The main premise is that GDP was created to measure economic development and not social or others. And this one, to use it as the main indicator, could destroy the priorities of other public policies. So I think the opportunity of speaking to those responsible in the group as a starting point, GDP, did not question the way that today people understand the progress of society. It is true that those who a long time ago devised a political economy in the UK, Smith and Ricardo, had an approach of the transition of agrarian societies to industrial societies, and so therefore production and consumption as an indication of progress. That was clear. But we are living in a turning point. On account of a more general situation, our economies are each day more service economies. They drastically reduce the weight of industry, and especially in those countries that went through industrialization. At the same time, we are coexisting with many unknowns that have to do with the trajectory of the slowdown of population growth around the world. There are countries, Brazil included, where probably will reach the end of the 21st century with a much smaller population, and some countries could disappear in terms of civilization given the trends of the population. And also, as the Conference of the Parties has shown, held last week in Brazil, unfortunately, the temperature of the world continues to rise, and so new situations such as the melting of polar caps and the drought affecting many areas of the world and others that will be flooded. So is it comfortable to continue with unchangeable GDP and not add new dimensions? Well, of course, adding to all, I congratulate you for all the effort made, but there is this aspect that I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, Marcio.
Graciela, yo quisiera en los comentarios que han hecho.
In the comments made by you, and Halim has also mentioned investment in the development of statistical capabilities of countries. And now countries all measure, they've learned how to do this and have NSOs or central banks in the region do have the capacity to measure GDP. But different indicators, there are some restrictions. And so I would like to ask, what statistical institutional capacities and of coordination are necessary to translate this conceptual framework into operational indicators that could significantly inform policies and that may be measured by countries rather than the global data? As Nora mentioned in her presentation, the World Bank that measures poverty and some other agencies that measure the indicators, but that are not the countries themselves that do this. Well, thank you, Rolando. I think that it could be, and I will begin by the last part, it could be a good idea to recover the idea of custodian organizations, custodians of indicators, but of indicators. So at the end of the day, the indicators come from surveys or censuses, and the NSOs do that. It's not because you have a custodian to measure poverty. The poverty data is not generated by the World Bank, but the NSOs do that. And that we must oversee these capabilities specifically in those offices, capabilities in terms of being able to deliver information of the highest quality possible and comparable. That needs to begin by recognizing what we're already doing. So if we have the capability to generate GDP, but GDP, once again, we do that based on surveys, based on economic censuses or administrative records. So I believe that we need to recognize that in order to say, well, I think that Nora Lustig explained this very clearly when she said that we've not decided whether compound indexes or a dashboard. That is a very important discussion, and that we too have held in the UN Statistical Commission or Division, because using one index will necessarily place up 1, 2, 3 a certain group of countries. And we do not know if, with the statistics, want to get into discussion of a classification or a rating of countries 1, 2, 3, 198 or 199 of this type. So really, this is a discussion there, more political discussion, but that we, from the technical side, must work and do measurements that have nothing to do with indexes. Other institutions have done this, but we have not got into that. So what are the capabilities that we should recover? That is, the capability to continue to generate those statistics on the indicators of which we are custodians, but not to forget that. When I speak to general audiences, I always say that NSO's INEGI does not download the information from the internet. Maybe we download them from satellite images, but not the internet. We generate them. We knock on doors of economic units and homes. Thank you, Graciela. Halim, would you like to comment on this same question that we're asking now?
Sure. Think about producing indicators. We need to think about strengthening national and regional statistical systems. And I know a number of countries have been going that route, but we need to expedite this process. So in terms of the modernization of IT infrastructure and data processing systems, also ensuring that there's adequate staffing with skills in survey designs, national accounts, environmental statistics, um, social and demographic statistics, also data sciences, data scientists and programmers to capitalize on advances in technology, including AI and machine learning to automate statistical processes and to exploit the full potential of big data, geospatial data, and other non-traditional statistics. Um, Upgrading the regional statistics program to be able to perform as a regional center of excellence in some areas of statistics to support NSOs, particularly those that are in terms a regular, consistent supply of data. We need to ensure that there is long-term financing for data collection and data production on a whole. Also, the establishment of a regular household survey program for all NSOs um, within the Caribbean community, aligned to the domains of beyond GDP. And we need to strengthen our administrative data sources to get more out of them. And also, all of these should be guided by um, the adoption of robust quality assurance frameworks and also codes of statistical practices. And we do have the CARICOM quality assurance and the CARICOM code of good statistical practices. In terms of the institutional capacity, um, it is national planning. It should be an important aspect of countries' national sustainable development plans and which would give rise to it being included in the in NSO's annual budget. Also, countries NSO to continue pursuing of NSDS and the implementation of the NSDS. Um, it is also important that capacities within government ministries, planning bodies, and other policymakers to use data or use well-being data is uh, is incorporated. Strengthening the national statistical legislative framework, granting greater power and autonomy and independence to the collection, access, general production, and dissemination of data, and also the coordination of the national statistical system is important. And this would also give rise to more data sharing agreements and also ensuring ownership at the ownership of of this metric and identifying champions at the highest level, ministers, parliamentarians included, to champion this cause of moving beyond GDP and supporting national statistical offices. I probably can stop here in the interest of time.
Muchas gracias, Halim. Y has comentado un tema importante que también mencionó Graciela sobre el tema de las capacidades estadísticas. Y en la mañana habíamos escuchado algunas participaciones. Me recuerdo la parte del INE de Chile, Ricardo Vicuña, que hablaba que desafortunadamente el escalafón de sueldos de las oficinas estadísticas siempre es el más bajo de la administración pública y de esa manera es muy complicado sostener las capacidades técnicas en las oficinas estadísticas porque son muy fáciles de ser cooptados tanto por iniciativa privada como por otras instituciones. Entonces, el fortalecimiento de las oficinas estadísticas es fundamental para poder tener esos elementos para poder llevar y elaborar y desarrollar estos indicadores que son para el PIB. Marcio, yo quisiera preguntarte, si también quieres hablar sobre esto, pero también preguntarte cuáles son los enfoques estadísticamente más sólidos para medir la gobernanza, la confianza y la cohesión social.
Trust and social cohesion, which are areas typically underrepresented and are so difficult to quantify.
A very good question, but difficult to answer it in a short time. Well, I would like to begin by saying that besides the problem of financing of statistical offices, public statistical offices, we have to reflect about the model of NSOs. They are an important contribution. This comes from the 50s with the third International Congresses on Statistics beginning in Belgium, where we start realizing the need for comparability, for common methodologies, etc. All that is very valid and very important. But as we said before, in these beautiful presentations, it takes us 10 years for us to do a demographic census, to visit all the households. Something fundamental, that was how much it took. But today we have one census a day done by the social media, the biggie techs, the big techs. It's different from what we do. We have questionnaires. We go to households. We don't disseminate everything because this is part of the confidentiality. And to participate in social media, we need to accept the confidentiality policies of the companies, because if we do not accept that, we cannot participate. And when we participate, all the information that we obtain, videos, messages, among so many other things, that doesn't belong to us. And that has become a business model. And therefore, at the end of the day, these big companies have an accurate information on how each one of us decides his life, her life. It's a new information framework. How are we going to organize ourselves to act within this new perspective? Because the research that we do are research that have an impact upon budgets. So it seems to me that the model that we use is a model that needs to be discussed and analyzed. And here we've heard important contributions on how we can use information that are not statistical information, but they can be turned into statistical information. That is an important debate. And also our scalability capacity, our capability to process enormous amounts of information. Our institutions in general terms are not ready, are not prepared to integrate the different data bank and all that. So we need institutes in different countries who can build their own cloud, but it is not easy. I think that there are very important new issues, and the statistical capacity depends on financing, but also depends on the models we have in our institutions, because that is very much related with the governance of national information. And when we cannot have a governance of populations in the territory, because internet allows for different ways of acting than the traditional means. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcio. Very briefly, a general question to the three of you. If we think about our region, what specific experiences, methodologies, or national innovations in Latin America and the Caribbean do you believe should systematically be incorporated in the group of experts' work? Graciela, you spoke about the satellite account, but I give you the floor again. Yes. Precisely here in the seminar we had in 2023, we discussed in more detail those satellite accounts. It is true that they have their own limitations. We cannot deny that. But it was that early recognition of what GDP is and what it is not. So I think it's an opportunity to revisit the satellite accounts and check whether these variations proposed by the report could be used as a framework, not necessarily for satellite accounts, but maybe allow the NSOs to have a methodology that has already been approved. That is important, not to start generating those data from scratch, but start based on something we're already acquainted with. Halim, if you could say something very briefly.
Okay. Leveraging what we have in terms of a regional approach to statistics development. It is very important, especially these are very scarce, and regional coordination and harmonization through the mechanisms through CARICOM can be very helpful, right, in terms of pooling and sharing of resources. So through the operationalization of regional centers of excellence, also in through electronic mechanisms like the electronic CARICOM Institute for Statistics Training and Research. Also investing in public goods, right? And we do have a project on a framework to measure supported by the IDB, recently launched. So I think if we can take advantage of these existing frameworks for our countries to implement the trust.
Muchas gracias, Halim. Marcio.
Thank you very much, Halim. Marcio? Very briefly. I think that the world is building a new epistemology based on the global south. The south is being discussed from a different perspective, which is not Europe-centered. In Latin America, we have the privilege of a philosophy that shows a different perspective than economic efficiency, production, consumption, investments, key variables of our studies. But we also have the perspective of well-being. When time is a key variable, not so much economic efficiency, when economic efficiency shows that we have so many problems, environmental problems, the decreasing rates of population, decreasing rates of birth. So I think there's a new epistemology, a new perspective that places life at the center to measure what progress means. Progress meant measured based on the use of time. It's the industrial society that separated the time work at home and the work done outside of your home. GDP shows the time that you work outside of your home. So now we have a different perspective. We are beginning to understand life from the point of view of the use of times. Well, Nora and Damien, these are the comments from the members of the panel. There are some general comments in terms of institutional capabilities, the improvements in the utilization of the information we already have, not to start from scratch again, to use information that countries are using for to carry out these processes, and strengthening the statistical capabilities of the countries as a fundamental tool. I give you the floor for the final comments that maybe you have, and I would like to thank you for your participation in this panel. Please, Nora. I was going to give the floor to Damien. Thank you very much in the first place for the comments. It has been very useful to listen to you. And obviously, training comes back over and over. This is very important for countries to take advantage of this effort. But that does not depend from our group, from the high-level group. But we can recommend that that should be considered as a high priority. What I would like to ask from you, in the case of Graciela, if we could share with you the ideas the group is working on, how to measure GDP in a different way so that we can reflect the worth of equity, the worth of sustainability. Maybe you could tell us in which satellite accounts you would place this, which satellite accounts would cover these aspects. Something on which you can work first, because we do not have the capacity to go into the details of all the methodologies, but maybe you can help us with that so that, as Rolando said, we don't start from scratch again. And I think it's absolutely essential to benefit from the efforts that have already been made in the countries and by the national account systems internationally. We need to have national accounting systems that go beyond GDP. So there we need to learn exactly what exists already and what is the state of the art. Maybe we have things in some countries and what things have been adopted in many countries. And Marcio, I think that what you say is very interesting, thinking about the world, thinking about the world from the point of view of the use of time for work and the use of time for all the rest. And work includes non-remunerated work. This is very important, especially when you think about gender inequity, which is one of the main indicators, and it is linked with that kind of variable, not very philosophical, but something very concrete. So thank you again very much. Our doors are open. I hope yours as well, to continue this conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Damien.
Yes. The expectation agencies and organizations really is an appropriate first stop because you are the implementers. And certainly, I have not been disappointed with the feedback that we have gotten. Graciela pointed out that there are elements of what we are seeking to do that she would like us to make sure we take.
Se cayó la conexión cuando estaba diciendo que éramos los mejores del mundo mundial.
Connection fell when he was saying that we were the best worldwide. That could be the summary, Nora, please. You summarize the process in that way. I would like to thank you, Damien, and you, Nora, for sharing with us the statistical community of Latin America and the Caribbean, for participating in this conference. We know that the work is that as an independent group you are carrying out for a better community are very important. We are convinced about that, and I'm glad that you joined us, and I'm glad we could share with you our concerns. The experts group has asked us to answer a survey through a QR code. This QR code, they ask us to answer the survey through that QR code. I would like to thank the panelists and all of you for your participation. We will be in touch and see you tomorrow. Thank you to the interpreters for staying with us in this very interesting panel. Thank you all. And please show the slide. Could you please show the slide? The colleagues from conferences, can you show the slide with the code, please? The QR code, please. It's not a barcode, it's a QR code. I came with a GDP from 1994, so that's why. Colleagues from here.
Nos vemos mañana a las 10.
See you tomorrow at 10 a.m.